Good morning. Good morning to all of you. As a project manager, I wish to welcome all of you to this second international workshop for the MOSPI project. And as it happened for the first workshop, I hope that on this occasion we have the chance to share views in the light of the first results deriving from the Microsimulation model of the social protection system that we have in Italy, and also to include it within a broader framework as the European one. But before giving the floor to the institutional representatives of the three partners, I'd like to provide you with some practical information. Please remember that those of you that are not speaking shall mute one's microphone. And as regards the presentations, each speaker shall share one screen and use and manage the slides autonomously. And as to the audience, the questions shall be asked through the chat window. So if you have any questions, please write your questions in the window of the Q&A session, and we will share them with the speakers. The questions can be asked at the end of each session, so enjoy the day, and Mr. Barbieri, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the Minister of the Treasury, I wish to welcome all of you to this second workshop on the MOSPI project. And unfortunately, due to the well-known circumstances, it is necessary to hold this workshop remotely, but hopefully we're going to have the third one in person. We organize everything in order to facilitate the participation of all members in order to allow everyone to contribute to the discussion. So I hope that through this communication method, it is very important to comply with some basic requirements. So today we're going to present some results, and the results relating to the third edition of the project of the TDIM. Its main purpose is to broaden the analysis from different points of view, and also to consider the suitability of the entire social protection system, and not just the pension system stricto sensu. And of course, in order to do so, it was necessary to enrich the analytical structure of the model and to include within it additional information and additional data. This required extensive activity, for which we thank all of those that contributed to it. And of course, it is I'm referring to our economists and the collaborators from SOJ and the scientific staff whom I thank for their contribution. And I wish to thank the institutions that helped us to enrich the data we are using in this analysis. So ISTAT, IMSS, COVIP, the Ministry of the Interior. And within our ministry, all of the activities were carried out not just by the Treasury, but also from the Department of the Finance and from the General Accounting Department. And so Jay was very important for its contribution. And also, well, the institutions I mentioned not only provided data, but also participated in the analysis carried out, and also helped us to better understand how to shape and interpret a number of models. And also, it is important to refer to the database on income and wealth of households given by the Bank of Italy. And I also wish to thank all of you, the participants and the speakers, and I really wish that This day is going to contribute to the dissemination of the activities carried out, but also to the additional stimuli to the activities that are going to be carried out in the next few months, as the main goal is to close the project at the end of this year by obtaining important results in terms of development of the techniques used, but also in terms of the results obtained. So I do believe that the assessment of the suitability of social protection is very important in a situation in which we're actually heading to a period in which the effects of the demographic decrease will add up to the working careers that are not seamless any longer, as well as changes in professions are somehow more frequent. So the main item here is to understand how the social protection system is going to be in the next few decades, but that is absolutely important. And in the future, I believe we'll have the chance to enrich this analysis, and I'm thinking about the demographic aspects, as well as the additional activity in defining and modeling the savings and investment models, as well as the saving approach, and also the economic growth, which is fundamental in this connection. So I don't believe that this effort is going to finish with this project. Conversely, I'm sure that this is going to mark an important step forward. So thank you. And now I give the floor to my colleagues from INAB for the Bodolini Foundation, and I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you. Thank you. The floor to Professor Fedda. Good morning. I hope the connection works and that you can hear me. I see you and you well. So I would like to quickly underline that this research, which is so complex and so relevant, involved three main subjects. That is to say, INAP, the Ministry of Finance, and the Brodolini Foundation. So this set of subjects, in this subject, well, INAP was the lead partner and the coordinator. And I also wish to underline that this project was carried out thanks to a bid issued by the European Union, and therefore the success in approving this project represents a particular quality and value of the project. And of course, we have to acknowledge the contribution of those that worked within the project, as well as it is important to thank all of the subjects that contributed to it, as it was previously mentioned, and in particular, a special thank goes to the project manager, Mrs. Irene Brunetti, who coordinated the entire set of activities. As everyone knows, the welfare system in Italy and in most of the developed countries is affected by a number of criticalities that need a deep reform. The entire welfare system is involved, and this project is aimed at a particular aspect relating to welfare and social protection, that is to say, the pension system. And it is mainly focused on this aspect because maybe it represents the most urgent issue to be tackled. Some factors were mentioned already. So factors that are at the basis of the exacerbation of all of the difficulties, that is to say, the change of the demographic structure and the extension of life expectancy, and also the delay in accessing the labor market due to both the extension of training pathways and also the period needed to find a job. And thirdly, as it was mentioned, the discontinuity and sometimes also the irregularity, I would say, and the fragmentation of the employment pathways, which do not allow to gather the contribution needed to continue along the pathway of the pension schemes we had in the past. Furthermore, we have to consider the dynamics when it comes to the growth and the interest rates, and also the savings and consumption trends. So the entire economic system as a whole is affected by a structural change. So it seems to me that this project has the task on the one side to fine-tune the calculation techniques as well as the econometric models that shall be able to capture the entire set of variables that determine deep changes and needs for reform in the entire system. This is on the one side. And on the other side, by entering data in this model, it is possible to describe future scenarios and at the same time to provide, on the basis of the structural evolution, to provide the main tools needed to assess the different options in terms of solutions available and which concern the public pension systems and private pension systems in order to assess all of them and to provide decision makers with, and as well as provide economic operators, generally speaking, that work in the areas of social and security contributions. So provide them with a number of tools, allowing them to develop the foundations needed in terms of knowledge in order to make the necessary choices for the future. So this workshop, which represents a midterm phase and which takes stock of the methodological approaches relating to the development of the model and also the adoption of the econometric techniques that are the suitable ones in order to grasp all of the variables. Well, we, of course, look forward to get information relating to the model in order to use it and implement it in order to develop systems that shall be able to define the advantages and the risks and the positive features of the various solutions that are proposed in order to solve the problems that appear and to always be in the position of updating the pension schemes in consideration of the evolution of the economic and financial structure of the country. So I wish all of you a fruitful day, and I will follow some of the sessions because today I also have to go and get my anti-COVID vaccination. So lucky me, and I'll join you later. But there will be all of the colleagues, and I will, of course, read the documents presented today. So I'll see you later or in the afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fadda. Now the floor to Professor Ciccarone from the Berlini Foundation. Thank you. Thank you, and good morning. Good morning to all of you. I'm really glad to greet you all on behalf of the Brodolini Foundation. And I'm also glad to see the representatives from INEP and the Ministry of the Economy and Finance on the second workshop within the MOSPI project. As mentioned by Mr. Fadda, funded through EU funds and DG Employment and Social Affairs of the Commission. I wish to thank INEP, and I'll do so by thanking the President, Mr. Fadda, because the coordination carried out in all of the phases within the project has been extraordinary. And I also wish to thank the Ministry of Finance and Mr. Barbieri, because we've been collaborating for many years on these topics. And this is actually the third project we are carrying out together. And for us, it's been a pleasure and also an occasion for mutually learning additional information. The main purpose for this project is the modernization of the social security system, and especially in a situation of change that we are well aware of, and which I'm not deepening today, but which has to do with also with the digitalization of the economy and of the society, not only in Italy, of course, and as it was already mentioned, in a labor market that is rapidly and continuously evolving and changing, also in consideration of the aging population, which at the moment is going ahead at a high speed. So our foundation has been analyzing the situation for many years now. In our works, we've tried to give evidence, not only in terms of changes, but also in terms of policies to be adopted. And we underlined on several occasions the possibility to better manage those changes by fostering access to social protection and also coordinating the activities carried out by the various stakeholders involved, both in terms of changes and in policies. These activities started in 2019, and it's part of a set of initiatives that the Commission funded in order to deal with the European social pillar, a pillar that focuses on the need to promote social security and the social protection of all the European citizens, and which are penalized in different ways in the different countries, but due to, for instance, uncertain labor contracts and careers, which have an impact, of course, on their social security. So the crisis, which is not just related to health, but also it's also an economic and social crisis, makes an informed analysis urgent, especially when it comes to the need and the possibility to broaden the social protection measures that are available to the European citizens, by also trying to understand what are the ways in which workers can be somehow considered as workers can become somehow more uniform from the, let's say, treatment standpoint. So I share what was said by the previous speakers. That is to say, we certainly have the urgency to improve the social protection systems, and this is absolutely relevant. And I consider that the data set that, of course, checks the information of IMSS with the information of ISTAT, and then also the dynamic microsimulation system, which is involved in this approach. Well, these tools are on the one side very much ambitious because they are now leading the analysis very much close to the scientific analysis. And I believe that this information is becoming, and these tools are now a need for all of us, because we increasingly need to provide informed analysis and quantitative tools able to manage and steer the decision makers and policy makers and guide them in the decisions they are adopting. So today we will present all of these tools and we will talk about them with experts, distinguished experts in these topics. And the main idea is to share views on the evidence generated by the project. I wish to thank, since now, all of the participants for their contributions that will be shared today. I'm sure that all of the suggestions and ideas that will be provided are going to allow us to improve and fine-tune our activity and to make these tools even more effective, hence allowing to foster a better design of our policies. And I apologize because I will not be able to follow the workshop because I am actually teaching, and I stopped just because I wanted to greet all of you and thank the partners that are involved together with me in the opening remarks. And I thank, of course, Professor Papieri and Professor Fadda, and also the institutions that they represent, because I consider this collaboration as absolutely useful, not just with a view to the project, but also in consideration of the improvements that we can introduce in our country, also thanks to the even tiny contribution we can provide. So thank you. I wish to thank all of the participants, and I apologize. But for university professors, the rule is always the same. Students come first. So apologies for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. At this point, I think we can give the floor to Mr. Riccardo Conti in order to open the first panel. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Irene. Thank you for the introduction. I'm sharing the screen first. And the presentation will represent our main guide. So let's start with the first panel of the day, which is a sort of introductory panel. We'll talk about the data involved and the structure of the model and the recent innovations introduced in the latest version, which is 3.0. So we're going to start with a presentation lasting 45 minutes by Stefano Boscolo and Riccardo Conti, which is myself. And Stefano has is then going to then share the information with the discussants. Stefano deals with microsimulation and tax benefits and collaborates with us through the Brudolini Foundation. My name is Riccardo Conti and I work for SOJ. If there's a view that don't know it, it is a company whose main shareholder is the Ministry of Finance, which provides advice to the Ministry of the Economy and Finance, and I collaborate with DG1 of the Treasury. And in the last 6 years, I've been dealing with the development of this model that is TDIM. We have Kais Deckers and Maria Luisa Maitina with us, and then they will add, of course, all the things I'm not mentioning. ACE works for the Federal Planning Bureau in Belgium and is a point of reference for microsimulation at an international level. It's chaired the Microsimulation Association, and for what in the last year is been chairing the ex-policy committee on pension adequacy. Maria Luisa Maitina works for IPE, which is the social institution for the economic planning of Tuscany, and she's a statistician, and she deals with the assessment of the distribution aspects as well as the assessment of the related policies. And from the organization standpoint, Stefano and I are going to make our presentation, 45 minutes. Then I'll take the floor and give the floor to the discussants, so Gaze and Maria Luisa, and then eventually other speakers. And then the interaction will start. And if time allows, we'll also read the questions asked by participants that can, of course, ask their questions at any time, and we'll read the questions later. So what are we going to talk about? Well, some general aspects relating to the D team, and then its history, and then general features, an overall description. Then we're going to talk about the data set we are using, the general structure by modules for the model, and then we'll focus on the demographic module that, of course, is the foundation of what happens within the model. And then I'll give the floor to Stefano, who is going to deal with two main items. That is to say, the correction we introduced in self-employment income, a correction that I introduced thanks to the information we gathered recently and which come from the income statements. So thanks to the collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. And the second focus will be on weight calibration relating to the starting data set through a number of re-weighting procedures. So let's start now.
So what is TDEAM is a dynamic microsimulation model, and it's appropriate for medium and long-term projections. It treats time as discrete, it has a sequential structure, and socioeconomic events occur within TDEAM based on conditional transition probabilities which are estimated externally. It uses alignment procedures on a number of demographic and macroeconomic dimensions, and we will get back to this. And TDEAM has been developed on the LIAM2 open source platform that was also developed by the Federal Planning Bureau and also by Haystacker, who is with us today. So historically, TDEAM was developed in 3 phases, coinciding with 3 European projects, so the first between 2010 and 2012, the next between 2014 and 2016, and the current one is going to end in 2021 with the final conference. In the current project, we have been expanding and improving our database, and we will talk about this later. We are also improving the representativeness of the sample. In terms of modules, we are also including pensioners, workers. We have expanded the disability module, which in the previous version was just sketched out. We developed a sort of a tax benefit model, which we are going to illustrate in the third panel, a wealth module, and a migration module. And we will devote a few slides to this too. So what is TDEAM for? TDEAM was created as a model to evaluate the adequacy of the Italian pension system. So the published results generally include average retirement age, average duration of retirement, replacement rate, Gini index, income inequalities, and because it is a microsimulation model, results are usually proposed based on a number of sensitivity scenarios. So it is a microsimulation model, therefore it is not a forecasting model. And the goal of these models, as many have said, authoritative speakers, is not really making forecasts, but rather answering questions and test a number of scenarios. And today we are going to focus on scenarios in the third panel. Over time, TDEAM moved from being a model only focused on the adequacy of public pensions, and it moved on to a model which is aimed at assessing the Italian production system as a whole. To conclude this first part, what are our forthcoming deliveries? Well, the MOSPI project. We are also working on some parallel projects, again at the international level. The methodology of the migration module, which I will be speaking about later, is going to be further discussed in a note delivered by a special interest group on microsimulation, which is a part of the INGRID2 project. And last but not least, the results produced at the baseline level by TDIM 3.0 are going to be included in a note that is going to be disseminated together with the Pension Adequacy Report 2021, which is going to come out in the spring. Then after the presentation has been concluded, we were going to work at a presentation paper on the TDIM 3.0 version with a focus on several scenarios. So let us move on to data. What is the core of the TDIM data set? Well, this was achieved by matching survey data contained in the EU-SILC report with the administrative data that are possessed by the Italian National Institute. The merging procedure is carried out through individual tax codes, codici fiscali, which are anonymized. And this merged data set is called AD-SILC. A version of AD-SILC always accompanied TDIM in all its version to 1.0, 2.0, and the current one. AD-SILC is an unbalanced panel data set that includes all SILC waves between 2004 and 2017, and the people interviewed, individual interviewed, are associated to all the information included in IMPS of working population and pensioners. So in terms of information content, from the SILC, we've got some 254,000 individuals that are followed up for up to 4 years because it's a panel in which data rotated. And from SILC, we've got socioeconomic features, civil status, education, perceived health status. At the IMPS level, we've got all the information that have to do with pensions, disability, old age, survivor, and working history. Of course, we've got many more observations, over 6 million for a period that goes from 1922 to 2018. Every person interviewed in SILC appears with more than one observation per year within IMPS, depending on the situation in that year. What are the main new features of the current 3.0 version? We've got 5 SILC waves, 2013, 2017. There are some 50,000 people more, so 25% in terms of increase. And particularly, we have added information coming from new sources, specifically through cooperation with the finance department, from tax returns and from the cadastre, for 4 of the 4 SILC waves, 2010, 12, 13, and 16. This information are used to develop the taxation module, and on the other, it is used to impute information concerning wealth related to property. Information from tax returns are always merged on a one-to-one basis. Information concerning the survey of the Bank of Italy on household income and wealth are merged by a statistical matching procedure, which we are going to look at during the second panel. The data were developed to develop the wealth module, and from the SHIY, we obtain information concerning financial health. So what do we do with all this, with all this data set at the micro level? First of all, it can be used to analyze dynamics, for instance, within the labor market. And this is something that we are going to look at more in detail in the first part of the second panel. Then the regression parameters, which are used in TDIM, are based on estimations which run on the entire AD-SILC data set. And they are used to grant transition probabilities to a number of processes concerning, for instance, occupational status. And last but not least, AD-SILC, it's based on a single extract of AD-SILC 2016 with all information concerning administrative sources, which I just mentioned. Well, this extraction is then used for our simulation, and we are going to talk about the procedure for setting up these data sets later on within this panel. So not just microdata, but we also use macrodata, exogenous data that are used to align some patterns within the simulations. The use of alignment procedure is something that is highly debated within the field of dynamic macrosimulation, and we will look at it later on with our discussants. So what do we use these alignments for? Well, first of all, to align population changes with the Europop projections 2019 concerning mortality rate, fertility rate, immigration. And as far as macroeconomic variables such as employment rate, inflation, GDP growth, productivity, we use the most recent assumptions of the GIM report of 2021, which is going to be published in the spring. The other sources for our alignments are here on the slide. We should perhaps mention COVIP, the Italian Vigilance Committee on Private Pension Plans, with which the Treasury has started cooperation for the further development of the submodule on private pension schemes. At the current moment, COVIP data are used to for the third pillar additions. So future possible implementations at the level of the data set. Well, we have already got in touch with the Interior Ministry to access information from registers such as ARE and ANPR concerning the migration phenomenon. At the current moment, we need micro information concerning emigration. In terms of immigration, we have within the SILC individuals that are immigrants. If they have employment contracts, they are also within IMSS2, so we can tell something about this phenomenon. We've got other difficulties or issues, but we can perhaps look at them later. At the level of immigration, we don't have anything because we've got some SILC units that sometimes disappear from our survey, and we can assume that they have emigrated, but we don't know where they went or why. So information that we could perhaps gain if we were to look at the registers of IRA and ANPR. Other aspects are the extension of the connection between AD-SILC and the tax return and cadastral data that currently only concern only 4 of the SILC waves that we have at our disposal at the moment. In a possible TDM 4.0 or 5.0, well, perhaps a spin-off from the model could be more focused on health. We currently have a disability inability module. We could develop it, making it a health care module using the SILC data on perceived health, and perhaps connecting also administrative innovation on health, for instance, information concerning the healthcare card, tessera sanitaria. Of course, complex data such as these raise issues from the standpoint of privacy. So after finishing the overview on data, let us look at the general structure of our model, which is going to guide all our presentations. Every module is then going to be dealt with in the various panels in greater detail. Naturally, we have a starting data set, which is our starting sample, AD-SILC 2016, so the SILC extraction containing the related administrative data. And then this sample passes through the module structure. We've got a demographic module, labor market, pension, wealth, and tax benefit. The main processes for each model are described on the slide. And what is worth bearing in mind is that TDIM has a sequential structure. The sequence is not so much given by this logical module-based structure, but by the sequence of processes. And some processes which logically refer to one module could also be found in different places of the model. I can make an example. Perhaps in the wealth module, for instance, what we simulate is inheritance because it is part of the wealth module, but actually inheritance in practical terms is something that is part of that comes after the mortality process. So it is within the demographic module. And in the wealth module, what we also simulate is consumption, because from consumption you can draw data on saving and the accumulation of wealth. And obviously, it is part of the wealth module, but consumption within the module is dealt with at the end of all the processes as the last process after the tax benefit module. Well, because we can estimate consumption and therefore saving only when the net income definition was completed. So some additional information on the demographic module, which we're not going to look at anymore in the subsequent panels. But it is the backbone, of course, on which we base the rest of the model. In the demographic module, people are, for instance, looked at from the standpoint of aging and mortality. Mortality is differentiated in terms of gender and age. So here you can see in brackets no heterogeneity, in the sense that no other dimensions such as income, wealth, occupation, whether people live in a city or in a countryside, marital status, well, all these things are not considered. And then we're going to get back again on these themes. So aging and mortality, then births, international migration, which is a new element in the 3.0 module, disability, education, which is assigned based on parents' education. Of course, all these processes are as they are now. And then on point 6, item 6 and 7, individuals are then moved out of their original household. So point 6, living household, people are leaving their parents' households, and 7 is the marriage market. So people get married, or they go living together, or they divorce. And these last two processes are essential, also the others are, but a model which then estimates inequality and poverty indicators is based on a family income definition. So then the way in which a family is set up, is formed, is essential. A few words on the migration submodule, which is the main innovative element in the 3.0 TDM new version. So why were we interested in building up a migration module? Well, first of all, for demographic issues, without the immigrants, the sample would be reduced in a very marked way, which is what happened in the previous projects in which TDM was a closed model. However, we had to say that we had to establish that migrants could have specific dynamics in the model, and that we could reproduce them also within our model. And we are going to get back on this topic during the second panel on the labor market. So what type of problems did we have? Well, problems were mentioned by many other researchers. Data on the migration phenomenon are not particularly broad. I was talking about the fact that we do not have that much data on the immigrant side, but also immigration data, but also immigration data do present some issues. For instance, in terms of registration, the data we have refers to immigrants that transfer their residence, but in fact, we know that this is not something that always happens. So we are a bit limited, constrained in this sense. And that is why our proposed methodology is a methodology which is quite simple. And I can give you some additional information here, but we're going to have a dedication node produced, which is going to be then placed on the project's website. So first of all, we simulate immigration and emigration separately. So not as an inflow. Then we follow Deckers and Chenard and implement a cloning procedure using the Chenard's pageant algorithm, allowing us to look at this phenomenon from a household perspective. So the units that immigrate or emigrate are household based, but it also allows us to look at individual dimensions. And the ones we chose are age, gender, and area of birth. Italy, European Union, and non-European Union. This is the areas that we have considered. How do we deal with them? Well, we look at alignments. So we use the Europop projections for 2019 that are very detailed. And as far as area of birth, there are no projections. And so we are forced to maintain constant the quotas or shares from area of birth and age group. And so to do that, we use ISTA data. As far as incoming immigrants, the educational level is assigned based on all OECD constant data, constant based on area of origin. Additional information, well, the new immigrants, or I define them as start fresh. We have no information concerning these people except for age, gender, area of birth, and education, which we attribute to them based on OECD data. This is a simplification, but we don't have information, so we thought that we could do this. It's as if immigrants at all age coming to Italy, they started from scratch. They only have this 4 pieces of information to be defined. As far as immigrants are concerned, here too, we have to simplify things because they are just deleted from the simulation. This, of course, leads us to a problem of overestimation because we do not simulate a return immigration. Those who live forever. It doesn't mean that we do not simulate immigration flows by people, for instance, who were born in Italy. We do this, but they're not the same people that exited perhaps or left 5 years before, so they're fresh for us. But so the figures are consistent on average, but we did not follow this thing in the single individuals. So we wouldn't know what these people do when they emigrate abroad because we have not enough data. Some figures, 3 more slides, and then I'll give the floor to Stefano. If we look at the recent trends, immigration flows, inflows are of non-EU origin for the coming years. So you can see that the green bar is the tallest throughout all the simulation years. Something I forgot to say is that in the case of simulations, at this first stage, we get to 2050, we have alignments and our exogenous that would allow us to get to 2070. But for the preliminary results we are illustrating today, we will just look at up to 2050. We've got some computational problems when we have to make complex simulations. As a result of the projections on immigration flows, mortality and fertility rate, the composition of the resident population in Italy is destined to change quite evidently in the 35 years of simulation. We move from 2019, where the population is 89% Italian born, to 78% in 2050. If we look at the age structure, at aging, this is what we consider when we speak about population demographic crisis. But despite the inflows of immigrants, dependency ratios are destined to grow significantly, and also the median age by gender. And here I make a comparison between the results of TDIM and the Eurostat projections. By construct, these results are very much consistent because TDIM is aligned to Eurostat. So we got to the final slide, future implementations for the demographic module. Well, including heterogeneity in the mortality process. This is particularly interesting when we consider the contribution calculation system that Italy is moving to, a calculation model that includes actuarial neutrality, but only with the mean mortality individual. We know that coefficients are calculated differently depending on genders, marital status, occupation, wealth level. So if none of these categories were to be systematically have an advantage, the problem of neutrality and equity would not be there. But this is not the case, so it would be interesting to include this aspect also within a microsimulation model. And this is something that can be done quite simply at the level of modeling. given the data that we have at the moment on this phenomena. Of course, it would also be interesting to look at return migration in this case too, that the problem is represented by data. We don't know what people do when they are abroad. And last but not least, again here, an issue that we should be dealing with in the future is the development of a health module. So I have finished. I would like to give the floor to Stefano now, and all the best.
Thank you, and good morning. In the time allotted to me, I'll talk about two technical items. That is to say, the amendment made to the model, that is to say, one relating to the self-employment income, and the other one relates to the weights for the sampling activities for the year zero in our simulations. And I will mainly focus on the first aspect because actually we don't know too much about the trends, whereas as to the weighting, well, this is a rather common practice. So the data set, as Ricardo said, is made up of, for instance, in the contributions provided by EMS, and also the labor market module in order to analyze, for instance, transitions and wages. For some categories of employed workers, there is to say, as regards those that are on the left-hand side of income distribution, we see that the main wages of the IMSS contributions do not match the tax returns data. And when I say tax returns data, I'm considering all of them. And this happens because the amount considered for the calculation of social security contributions is not changing if the income in the tax return is lower than the threshold. So if you consider, for instance, 16,000 euros, then if in a tax return I say 5,000 for tax purposes, well, the amount for which I do calculate the security contributions is 16,000 and not 5,000. So actually this mismatch is considered in two main categories. That is to say, craftsmen and on the other side, farmers. And as a first thing, I'd like to show to you a number of statistics, descriptive statistics between the ratio between earnings as declared in tax purposes and earnings for contribution purposes, especially when it comes to the 4 AD silk waves that are linked to tax returns in order to frame the problem. So by only considering the individuals that have, for instance, earnings lower than the threshold included in the slide for each of the tax periods, we do see that nearly 50% is around 1. So there's a good consistency between the information included in tax returns and the information in IMSS contributions. Another thing that must be stressed is the concentration of individuals that we see in the area around 0. But this is rather in line with aggregated statistics relating to tax returns. If, conversely, we linger on, for instance, craftsmen, traders, and farmers with IMSS earnings that are equal to one of the statutory thresholds, then we see that there's a reduction that we saw around 1. we see a reduction in the ratio between declared earnings and IMSS earnings. So you probably wondered why I have not mentioned, for instance, freelancers. And the reason is, as we see, that there's a high consistency between IMSS earnings and tax returns data. Therefore, the use of, for instance, IMSS earnings as contained in the contribution data would underestimate the poverty conditions among self-employed workers, because, of course, the earnings will be much higher than the income included in tax returns. So it is necessary to adjust these incomes, and that is why we use the AD silk and cross-sectional waves matched with tax returns, for instance, in tax periods between 2009, 2011, 2013, and 2015, when we calculate the ratio between earnings as declared for tax purposes and earnings as collected in IMSS archives. The method that we used in the correction of self-employed income is the imputation with propensity score matching. So by dividing the data set, both donors and treated, and then also 32 sales were included, and I'll go back to this item in a while. And while defining the data set containing the donors, we have considered those whose stated earnings are known to us. That is to say, those that are self-employed workers only, so the second item. And among the features that these individuals need to have, there should be IMSS earnings equal to one of the 19 SICs thresholds that we found in IMSS archives, so 12 in terms of months for craftsmen and traders and 7 months for farmers. And these individuals, so included in the donors dataset, shall be aged between 16 and 79, and that shall not be in education any longer. So the treated ones are, for instance, the self-employed workers included in the AD Silk panel that meet the requirements under item 2, 3, and 4, but not 1. So for which we don't know what the ratio between earnings as declared for tax purposes and earnings collected in archives is. And let's move on to the sales. As already mentioned, we have 32 sales, so 22 relating to craftsmen and traders that work from 1 to 11 months, and divided by threshold and gender. And the other one includes those that work 12 months, divided by gender and macro area. And the remaining 2 sales include farmers, divided by gender. It is interesting to see how there's a strong concentration of craftsmen and traders that work 12 months, and you see the difference between donors and treated. And of course, this is a result that we partially expected. Now I'm going to show to you some of the results following the entering of this data, especially when it comes to marginal distributions. And I will focus on the kernel density estimate on the left-hand side and quantile plot on the right-hand side. Hence, you see the difference between these 2 charts. What we notice is, as to, for instance, craftsmen and traders, is that the distribution of Y's entered is close to the point of reference, although we have some criticalities in the right-hand side of the 2 distributions, as you see the quantile plots. This is not alarming to us because we are interested in the interval between 0 and 1. And I'll go back to this item later. So marginal distributions that do not seem to have any problems as regards, for instance, the craftsmen and traders that work for 12 months. And the same goes for farmers, although they're not included in this chart. Therefore, following the inflation and by considering what is the main goal of this analysis, that is to say, not to underestimate poverty, we are using the ratio in order to keep this information for tax purposes if it is lower than 1. Otherwise, we use the IMSS information included in the archives. We do so because we consider these two phenomena, that is to say, y lower than 1 and y higher than 1, as a different phenomena. In fact, in the second case, y higher than 1, we are talking about a phenomenon that relates to tax evasion. That is to say, the self-employed worker includes in tax return the minimum amount, and although the income is higher, and of course, this is also confirmed by the marginal situation, where, for instance, the imputation is not clear when y is higher than 1. So in any case, as a preliminary attempt, we saw that it's necessary to perform additional controls, especially when it comes to the joint distributions. And we're also aware of the fact that this phenomenon might have a sort of a persistency. So the level of my y and the ratio between IPERF and IMSS earnings can be a predictor of y. That is to say, yt minus 2, and may be a good predictor of y. But unfortunately, the data available at the moment is not allowing us to perform any additional estimation. And I'd like to conclude this first focus by showing to you the distribution of self-employed workers before and after the adjustment. So you see, for instance, what the difference is, and it's taken from the tax returns, and the post imputation complies with F, although we see that there's the reduction in the peak that we had at the center, that is to say, containing all the crafts and traders that work for 12 months. Let us now move on to the second focus, that is the one linked to weight calibration. And also the reweighting is a common practice when it comes to the simulation, maybe somehow more in static microsimulation. But the reasons for that are always the same, actually. So the main goal is to improve the overall representativeness of some dimensions relating to the base year, mainly regarding TDIM for 2015. And while we're trying to improve these items, we always need to pay attention not to introduce a distortion in the silk, in the IT6 cross-sectional wave. And the methodology used refers to an article dating back to 1992, that is to say, the Deville and Sarnall, and generalized ranking procedure using the Schreib-White data command. So this is the one included in the IT Silk survey of 2016. Then, what are the dimensions included in the calibration? Well, on the one side, we have the ones used in the calibration of the silk weight. And of course, we don't want to introduce any distortion in the representativeness relating to the original weight. And as you see, we have both households and individuals included. You see the difference? And on the other side, we have additional dimensions for which We consider the distribution of national population by gender, area of birth, and level of education. Then distribution of households by number of family members, or the distribution of recipients of retirement income by income classes, and other dimensions that you'll find in the slide. But of course, this does not include all of the dimensions included in the calibration algorithm. And then, before starting the simulation, we multiply individuals by calibrated weights, the calibrated weights given to them. And we, of course, move from the sampling to the population we are analyzing. So 100 samples, 200,000 households. And also we define the one that gets the best representativeness. And for this reason, maybe you wonder why we are sampling 200,000 households. We do so because this is the sample dimension needed in order to provide a good representativeness of cloned migrants and migrants that Ricardo mentioned before. And now I move on to some statistics aimed at providing you with a general idea of the representativeness of the base year of the TDIM. And I'll do so by considering, for instance, the items included and the total numbers gathered by our sample following the exposure and the sampling that I'll define TDIM. And I'll compare these two results with the total amounts obtained by using the silk weight, which is not calibrated out of the non-weighted sample. And I'll do so in order to check benefits in terms of representativeness between our sample and our known excluded sample by using the original silk weight. So from item 1 to item 4, I listed the same dimensions used in the calibration of the original silk weight. And then so this is the information I entered in the previous slide. And in the charts, I am overlapping the total distribution and the total amounts within TDIM. And as you see, all of the spots are on the lines cutting the charts. So we are not losing representativeness when it comes to the individual distributions in the weighting of the original silk weight. The same goes for the distribution of households by region. And of course, this is what is used in the weighting of the silk weight, the original silk weight. And as regards the distribution of taxpayers by class of income, then I'd like to clarify one thing, because when I say taxpayers, I mean both those that pay taxes and those that actually do not pay taxes. So what I'm showing to you is actually the frequency of overall income that is subject to tax payments. And here we see that the main procedure we implemented allows us to marginally improve the representativeness of most of the category of individuals considered. And in fact, the yellow bars are very close to the red ones in the vast majority of cases. And most of all, the procedure we implemented allows us to partially correct the underestimation that we observe both in the number of items and in the overall income relating to taxpayers. So the use of the silk weight would entail an estimation of nearly 20 billion euros, whereas our procedure, the one that we implemented, allows us to reduce this underestimation to 10 billion. The same goes for instance, employed workers. And you see, in this case, the difference goes from 14 to 5 billion. Whereas as to those that receive pensions, the underestimation goes from 10 to 4 billion euros. And it's also interesting to see, for instance, the self-employment income, where in this case we go from 22 billions to nearly 8 billions. And then, just to give you an idea about the improvements in the representativeness of our sample, on the horizontal axis of a chart, we have all of the total amounts that are included in some marginal distributions, not all of them. And the yellow bars represent TDIM, are in absolute terms almost always lower than the red bars that represent the use of the IT silk. And this gives you an idea on the chart of the representativeness of our initial sample. And this is not just for this distribution, but also for other marginal distributions. And this actually concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much and give the floor back to you. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Stefano. I think that we are sticking to the schedule. And I like to make a recap because we said a lot of things relating to several items, and we talked about general aspects, and we talked about TDIM, and then we talked about microdata, and also the exogenous aspects of the model, and then we made a focus on the structure by modules, and then the demographic module, and then the migrations module, and then we made these two specific focuses that tell us how we've used a set of information to correct the income for self-employed workers, and then the reweighting and recalibration. And of course, the main thread for this presentation is the analysis behind the scenes of the model. So how we arrange the data we have, and also with a view to the estimation to be done for wealth and pensions. Having said that, I'd like to now give the floor to the discussants within our panel. And if any other discussants want to take the floor, please raise your hands. And I'd like to ask you to please mute your mics, also because this is going to be fundamental for the interpreters. Thank you. And in alphabetical order, and now is Deckers. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Riccardo. I'm going to share my screen, if I may. If I find, there we are. Okay, could you tell me whether you see my slide, please?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to what is clearly going to be a very interesting day on a ambitious and really cutting-edge dynamic microsimulation model. And I consider myself fortunate, and I'm proud that I've been able to add my 5 cents to this very interesting model. I'm going to, in my presentation, in my reaction, try to put the current model into an international setting to show you where this model is unique and where it is less unique. both parts, I think, are important in the sense that you want a model that is unique and cutting edge, but on the other hand, there is not necessarily outside academics a need for a model that is completely different than anything else in the world. So I hope that I can show you both, and after that I'm going to give you some points which struck me when reading the documentation. I'm going to give you a number of points that I think the model is interesting, and I also going to put a number of question marks here and there. So first of all, and I think it's good to take a step back here, why microsimulation in the first place? Why would a country like Italy want to invest in a dynamic microsimulation model? Can't we do it with a macro model or even standard simulations? Well, the advantage of using microsimulation models is that it takes into account all the cross-sectional and longitudinal nonlinearities that are in existence, especially in pension systems. Usually you see that labor market categories and labor market histories tend to accumulate over the career, and that results in a pension benefit. And this, in the Italian pension system, is no stranger to this either. And it is very difficult to model these kind of nonlinearities outside microsimulation models. Furthermore, you have means tests which require additional income. You have boni and malai, which is something that in a way, it reinforces these longitudinal differentials between groups of individuals. You have minimum earnings, which are also highly nonlinear. And you have differentials in early or late earnings base. So for example, if in Belgium, I make a contribution to the pension system early in my career, it has a different impact than when I make this contribution later in my career. Now, this changes if you are in an NDC context, but even then, it can have profound impacts. Think, for example, of the current discussion that's going on in the Dutch pension system, where in the second pillar, the funded pillar, they're actually changing the impact of a earnings later in the career. They're reducing the impact to be more in line with actuarial actuarial impacts. So this is very important. Furthermore, dynamic microsimulation models, actually all microsimulation models, allow for modeling on the relevant policy level, and that can be the individual, but it can also be the household. And specifically think here of housing modeling, which is typically something that is done on the household level. It's very complicated to do that matching or joint modeling of households and individuals in any model outside microsimulation. Finally, in the risk assessments, if you have a semi-aggregate model or a macro model that does not include a specific group, so that does not model specifically for a specific group, let's say low educated immigrants from North Africa, then it can't assess those risks by definition. In a microsimulation model, it can, because the risk profiles are not ex ante determined. And finally, and that is the key element here, I think you can look beyond the aggregates. As I said, I gave you a number of examples, the means tested minima, the boni, the malai, but also you can simulate poverty and inequality. You can simulate the impact of changed household composition, for example, in survivor pensions. You can simulate the impact of assortive mating. Ricardo has told you something, has touched on the coupling of individuals in stable relations or in marriage. This is actually rather fundamental, and it is a difficult part in modeling. Finally, you can have these longitudinal effects, I already discussed those, and you can have low work intensity indicators. I will come back to that later. But just an example from our own simulations in Belgium, And I'm going to be brief because you're not particularly interested in Belgium, but rather in Italy. Still, I think it's relevant. We simulated the impact of changing the career requirement for early retirement. So we had a number of years that you had to have a minimum career in order to retire early. And with that, the policymakers, the politicians, increased this career threshold for early retirement with 2 years in 2017. And we saw that there was a normal impact on the retirement of men. That was to say, men retired 2 years later, so they had a higher retirement benefit, and everything was as expected. But for women, exactly the opposite came. We saw exactly the opposite, because the retirement benefit of women actually went down. And that was a surprise for us. And the answer turned out to be in the distribution of career length among women, which was absolutely not what one would expect from a normal distribution. So absolutely not like men, this nice, neat budge in orange, but actually it was dual. You had a number of women that had a very long, almost male type career. And I don't mean to say this in the subjective sense. They had long careers, almost always full-time work. And so they could retire early before the policy measure, but also after the policy measure. On the other hand of the scale, we had a large proportion of women which had very short career and which had worked part-time. And so these women could not go into early retirement before the policy measure and after the policy measure. So for women, actually, what you saw was that this increase of the career requirement gave way to a selection effect where women that had a short career could not retire. Women that had a long career would retire anyway. And so you had, in the short run, this surprising selection effect. This we would not have seen if we would not have simulated taking into account the distribution of career length. In other words, any macro model would probably have missed this phenomenon. So my next step is to try to put some perspective in TDIM and compare it with other models that are being used outside academics in Europe. I'm not going to touch on the models that are being used inside academics because I think it is relevant for the Italian government to know which countries they meet in European context, which have models that are comparable or not comparable, like TDIM. And the first classification we need to do is make a difference between longitudinal aging and cross-sectional aging, or if you will, because in practice it coincides, between discrete time models, which is TDIM one of, and continuous time models. Continuous time models are, for example, those of the Czech Republic, of the ones of Slovenia, the Polish model, and they are almost always limited to pensions. They use huge data sets of register data, so basically so administrative data, because they only have one individual at a time in their modeling core, and so they cannot or very difficultly simulate households. Neither can they or very difficultly simulate interactions between individuals. And that is a problem if, of course, you want to simulate, for example, poverty risks, or you wish to simulate household pensions. So most models that we see outside academics in Europe are of the cross-sectional discrete time type, which is the same with TDIM. So TDIM is in a family of models which is quite large, and the most renowned of those are the CSIM model in Sweden, Destiny model in France, PenSim in the UK. Well, this is a study of 2012. UK is no longer in Europe, but still, I think it's worthwhile to keep it in. And the models from the Midas family, which are very close, at least in the origin, to TDIM. And Portugal also is a model that fits into that family. But there's a difference here as well, because, for example, the Destiny model only focuses on pensions. The same goes for the LC model. Um, uh, Whereas, and Dynapor as well, the Portuguese model. Whereas other models like CSIM, PenSim2, MEDAS, and TDIM go beyond pensions and also aim to simulate household equivalent income, thereby giving way to simulations of poverty, of inequality, and redistribution. In other words, TDIM in its current form is, at least as far as I'm concerned, at the forefront with a number of models, including the renowned models of CSIM. Here, I'm going to gloss over this one. Here you see where all these models are being used. For example, I also included here the Norwegian model, Mozart of Statistic Norway, for two reasons. First of all, it is a model that is equally ambitious as TDIM in the sense that it includes a number of phenomena that other models do not have. Think of wealth, think of household composition, think of equivalent income. Migration is another one. And the same goes for the PenSim2 model, and but other models are sometimes even larger. Think of the PRISM model, which is the CNAV one here in France, which is basically the first pillar of pensions, and you have the Trajectoire model, which is basically the first and the second pillar of pensions, both in France, but these are only focusing on pensions, and so they do not attempt to simulate household income. TDIM uses LEAM2, of which I'm very proud to be able to say that I also added my 5 cents. LEAM2 is an open source modeling language specifically for dynamic models, and it allows TDIM to work in a international informal network, including the MEDAS models, the Institute of Policy Modeling of the Sorbonne University of Paris, which used the LEAM2 to make a model of the Agir pension system in France, which is basically the second pillar pension system in France. We also have the SLAM model in Slovakia. We have the Statistics Flanders regional model, which is, I think, interesting because it models regional migrations within the Flanders region at an extremely detailed level. And so it opens possibilities for TDIM and for us to maybe not follow them at the same level of detail, but still to learn from their experience and maybe able later on to model larger regions. The basic point here also, because TDIM is participating in the INGRID2 network, is that actually we learn from each other. And Ricardo also told you where I have been adding some of my experience in the earlier development of TDIM, but the other ways it works too. We learn from TDIM, for example, in their modeling of the cloning process of migration, and we learn from them in the modeling of wealth. And so this is not just fun, but it also gives way to economies of scale, which I think are important as well. Here you see the general structure of TDIM on the right. This is the slide that I actually stole from the presentation of Ricardo. And on the left, you see the general structure of my own model, MEDAS for Belgium. And you can see that in broad lines, it is basically the same. And this is because even if we constantly are putting into question this structure, and we should, because in a discrete time model, this is actually more important than we sometimes realize, we always come back to the same structure. And so in its fundamental structure, TDIM aligns to a long tradition of models. Actually, this structure you can trace back to one of the oldest models around, which is the Brookings model in the United States, somewhere in the 70s. On its fundamental level, things have not changed that much. The fundamental changes are in the technical issues, in the nuts and the bolts, and in the scope of the model. Finally, alignment. As do many models, and mine is no exception, TDIM uses alignment extensively, for example, to include information from the aging working group, but also to include information from Statistics Italy. And this actually is more a discussion, especially with academic partners, than it would seem at first glance. The reasons for alignment, I believe, are strong. For example, to use policy relevant external information. With our models, if you use aging working group information, you can actually paint a picture that is consistent with the aging working group projections, while at the same time putting the focus on, for example, poverty and inequality. And I know quite a few countries that wish that they would have a model like that, because then they could show the outside world, yes, but if you follow these, for example, you can show that the financial sustainability of pensions does this and that, but on the other hand, the impact of poverty is going to be this and that. Financial and social sustainability of social security systems are generally seen as being two sides of the same coin, and so it's interesting if a model can capture both. And alignment gives this possibility. It also allows to overcome a number of technical issues, notably in the simulation properties of logistic regression equations. We use logistic regression equations a lot to simulate transitions. The problem is that a lot of these transitions, especially in the demographic model, are rare. One does not necessarily divorce every day. One does not necessarily marry every day. One does not necessarily leave the household every day. And so these transitions often covered by logits are sometimes rare, and we know that the simulation properties of logistic regressions in the corner of the distributions are not necessarily very good, and that is one of the reasons why we use alignment in order to prevent our model going in all kinds of directions which are not necessarily realistic. And it allows us to work with other specialized teams, think of demographers, to again paint a comprehensive picture. But it also has a number of downsides. For example, it gives way to information dependence. If you use alignment information for your base scenario, let's say information from the working group, the aging working group, and the variant is not included by the aging working group, then it's very complicated to make a variant in the same field. You would almost need to have the same models as the aging working group in order to change your alignment table. So that is a bit of a risk. It hinders you in the development of simulation variants. Also, and here, this is a focus of the critics sometimes from the academic field, and they are not necessarily wrong. Sometimes it looks a bit like clipping the wings of a bird, especially if you combined alignment with a structural decision modeling. And the classic example, I myself once made a Arbeger-Dachsvik continuous time structural labor supply model, which went into a certain direction, was all good and fine. And then I had to combine that with alignment, which basically means that I could use this fancy labor supply model only to simulate the intensive labor market decision and not the extensive labor market decision. And I got a lot of flack for that, and for good reason so, because it was really using a fabulously good Arbeger-Dachsvik model to simulate a decision which at the end was fairly irrelevant in the light of the simulation results on the whole. And finally, it would be good, and there are some signals that there are interesting steps going on at the moment, but it would be interesting to have higher order effects in these alignment tables. So basically more structural modeling in the alignment tables in order to change the fact that in its core, a microsimulation model is a reduced form model, and it can be criticized for that. Finally, allow me to give you bring you a couple of points where I feel that the new TD model is really cutting edge and gaining new ground, and I think they have to be applauded for that. This team went out of its way to make a very interesting model, and in some ways other development teams can learn from them. One of them is obviously migration, and they have told you about that extensively and for good reason. It's a very interesting development. Actually, the two teams, that is my own team and the TDIM team, have been working more or less in parallel on this. It is, in our team, it is also ready, but it's not yet in the official version of our model, and the reason is that we got stuck with the modeling of foreign pensions. That is, people that enter the country, let's say at the age of 40, and that are originating from another EU member state, they more often than not have a foreign pension, and we do not have enough data of good quality to take those foreign pensions on board, and so we are still working on that. And I was wondering whether the TDIM team could say a few words on how they handled that for us very difficult problem. The correction of self-employment income is something very interesting. I haven't seen that often before, at least not in the context of dynamic microsimulation. So it's something that I will need to study in more detail later on. Something else that struck me was the submodule for working pensioners. Now, this is something that is increasingly becoming relevant because other countries also, many countries actually, allow for pensioners to continue working, and in some cases even upbuilding of pension claims after retirement. And so I was wondering how they did this. Is it based on behavioral equations, whether somebody continues to work after retirement? Is this aligned? If it is aligned, how does this match with the overall alignment of the labor market module? I think this is an interesting and striking new development. Next, I think maybe these two are interrelated, but the simulation of private pensions, which apparently is included in TDIM. This is something that I have been doing much work myself, and to date without much success. The problem is not just to simulate who has private pensions. These are usually not very high proportions of the population, at least not in Belgium. But if they are high populations, the proportions, then what are the amounts? And again, we are working here, at least in Belgium, with fairly low amounts. So you really reach the corners of what you can do in a stochastic simulation here. And so it was interesting in learning how the TDIM team resolved this issue. The same goes for financial wealth. I know a bit more about this because I know the work of Simone Tedeschi in the model CapDIN. I don't know whether you read the original paper. It's very interesting, albeit very, very complex. And so I'll be very interested in learning more about the financial wealth decision. And especially, I would like to know where there is a crowding out, whether you assume or model a crowding out between private pensions, financial wealth, and the savings module, because this is a complex issue, many higher order effects, many redistributive effects. I mean, you can imagine that people at the low end of the distribution do not save at all, whereas people at the high end of the distribution do. So there are a lot of higher order effects at play here, and I would be very interested in learning more about that probably after this workshop. Housing wealth is another thing where, and here I believe that TDIM is really cutting edge. It's gaining new ground. It's not that other models do not have that. The Swedish CSIM model has had housing wealth since the early 2000s, but it is a rather, let's say, simple, if not simplistic, way of modeling. And I'm very curious to learn how the Italian team did this, also because the proportion of people having, or households, sorry, housing is done on the household level, the proportion of households having two or houses is comparatively high in Italy. So it would be interesting to learn about that, and especially whether the team modeled joint households or joint housing possession. You can imagine that a extended family, that is various households that are related through bloodlines, have joint possession of a house somewhere in the countryside that previously was owned by the mater and pater familias, and so was given to them through inheritance. And so, and I immediately touch another interesting point here, which is the transmission over of or before death. I'm going to come to that later. So I was wondering whether they modeled that explicitly or not. Another point is, and I'm not sure how important it is in the Italian context, but if they model housing wealth, does that also mean that they model the rent market? Especially for young households, I think that is an important part, and renting can be a relevant field of policy. Next step, and I think this again is very interesting, and I think other teams should learn more about what the Italian team did, is the inter vivos transmissions and the inheritance. Sorry?
I'm sorry.
Can I continue? Is anybody here?
Yes, we were asking if you can close your presentation in a couple of minutes, otherwise there is no time for the second speaker.
Yeah, I will close. I'm sorry, I took too much time. I'll close it very rapidly. So these inter vivos inheritance are very interesting, and I think I would like to learn more about those. One final point, and I'm going to close down. An obvious thing that I haven't seen is the low work intensity indicator. This is an official indicator on the EU level. It describes the AROPE indicator, and it would be, given the structure of TDIM, it would be very easy to include that, and I would invite the team to do so. So apologies for taking too much time, and this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Hayes Deckers. No problem. It's a common thing that happens on such meetings. I would like to give you an answer to all your questions, but very broadly, and then I'm going to give the floor to Maria Luisa Maitino, who's got all the time in the world, but if we can keep to 15-20 minutes. So thank you very much, Hayes, for your presentation that gives us an overview of other models, which we did not do. And your presentation gives me the chance of thanking you and your team and all the entire network, Liam too, and Ingrid, because really this model is really a joint effort also at the international level. Some innovative aspects which have been included in this model, migration, and also the inclusion of a multinomial in the choice of occupational career is the result of cross consultations. And I'm very happy that some aspects related to gender have emerged in the Belgian model, because we will get back to it during our panel number 3. Hayes spoke about internal migration as another models, and this allows me to specify something that I did not mention before. Or maybe I did. The TD model at the moment only speaks about international migration, so there is no structure in terms of local bodies, there is just Italy. So all individuals within Italy are part of no region or no specific municipality. As far as working pensioners, well, this is one of the innovations that were called for by the project, and we will get back to that aspect during panel 2, but no doubt we've simulated specific dynamics for working pensioners because, of course, they are not analogous to the behaviors of other workers. And as far as alignment, though, as far as is concerned, is still as the AVG employment rate up to 75 years of age, so we can still continue to use that alignment. As far as wealth and private pensions, I understand that you are curious because this is perhaps the main innovation at the level of TD modeling modules, and that is why our team signed a cooperation agreement with the University of Roma Tre, and among the people involved there is also Simone Tedeschi that you mentioned and that you know, of course, and who has worked with us at the development of the wealth module. So also in this connection, we are united our forces. And in panel 3, there is also Professor Mazzaferro among the discussants, who's one of the fathers of CAPDIN, so we are all here speaking about TD. So, without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Maria Luisa Maitino. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this workshop. And I think I'm speaking on behalf of the entire group.
Actually, when we say the group, it seems that there are so many of us, but actually I'd like to congratulate all of you for your extraordinary work so far. And that was really quick, because I remember when we met, it was 1.5 years ago. And I remember that the issue 3.0 of DT had to be implemented. And of course, you are not working 100% on the implementation of the model, so congratulations for that. And by reading the papers published so far, well, I have a lot of items I'd like to deepen and a lot of questions I'd like to ask you. Because I believe it's always interesting to share methods and knowledge. And 2 years ago, on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of INPIT, during the workshop for the presentation of the static and dynamic models developed within the Institute, we thought that it would be useful and interesting to have a network, also because there are many of us now. And of course, I'm sure this is going to be a long-term approach, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of occasions to share views, and also occasions to exchange views, as we are doing already with the budget office. And on that occasion, we've had a lot of occasions to share views. So today I'll focus on the 3 items that you have suggested to us, that is to say on calibration and on the alignment, as well as on the migration module. So I'll start with the calibration, and I start with a method approach, that is to say on the choice you made on the reweighting at an individual level. Over the time, we had used an independent procedure, and that entailed misalignments, especially when, for instance, we were sharing results on the distribution policies at the households level versus the individual level. But then, with the passing of time, we have implemented a calibration procedure, which is a supplementary one, and which takes into account a number of household and individual variables. So, of course, This is quite slower in terms of conversion, and it is also more complex, but it guarantees that the weight of the households and of the individuals that make up the family coincide. And of course, this is a feature that was required under the regulation of the Commission for Silk Surveys, and it's not entirely changing the original design of the sampling of the silk. And furthermore, this calibration allows to align at the same time by households and individuals the weights and align with all of the constraints we took into consideration because it includes the individual characteristics that we want to refer to. And also, it also considers all of the weights and weights at the same time, both the families and the households, and that have those features as those that don't. After the reweighting and the expansion of the sample, you are only considering, for instance, the families. And in the report, I write, for instance, the heads of the family. So once they're extracted, all of the individuals follow. And as I said, it is not clear to me, and it was not clear to me, what happens with the family individuals that have different weights as compared to the head of the family. So this is a way of playing with words, but in concrete, in practice, if my husband, after the reweighting has a weight of 100 and my weight is 120, what happens with the others? So I was wondering whether the representation of the sample with the reweighting is kept or not. Based on our experience, then, we used the reweighting on the static model only because with the dynamic model, we realized it was necessary to adopt, let's say, a more fine-tuned approach. What I mean is the distribution by age of the population had some gaps. That is to say, we had a concentration of 45ers male and an underestimation of men aged 42, for instance. So for this reason, we had a number of distortions in terms of mortality flows or, for instance, retirement flows. So we realized that it was more suitable to expand the sample and then to work on age and professional condition in order to get an alignment, almost perfect alignment with the population at the beginning of the period. So I was wondering whether, for instance, you found this problem also with the calibration according to age brackets, because I read that the constraints relate to age brackets. And also, I have a number of questions relating to some clarifications. Actually, I was curious to know how many constraints had been introduced, for instance, within the calibration. And also, another item, that is to say, after the explosion of the sample, you got the entire population by exploding the weights. And that is the reason why you needed to select the 100 samples for computational reasons, I guess. So, our idea for a possible solution was that of considering the minimum weight of the sample. So before the the exposure, we set new parameters relating to the weights of the samples to the minimum threshold. And therefore, each record for us has a value that equals the minimum of the value of the sample. And all the others were reset in consideration of the minimum threshold. For this reason, we got 533,000 individuals within the sample exploded. As regards the alignment, well, this is quite complex as a topic. Based on the papers, I've not always been able to understand what is the alignment methodology that we can use, whether there's, for instance, a random approach. And I'd like to know, in this case, what is the level of amendment and correction and adjustment you had to introduce each time, and if you took into consideration the distortions of the alignment procedure. So, for instance, I am thinking that we recently used a re-ranking procedure to simulate the effects of the pandemic in 2021, and then so on poverty. And we also enforced unemployment rate, and we aligned to the unemployment values of ISTAT in the quarters of 2020 by using a re-ranking procedure. So we used this approach by considering that there was a ban to dismiss employees for the open-ended contracts and employees. So there was no distortion at all, because we could only dismiss open-ended workers that are less likely to be unemployed. So I was wondering, in case there was no condition in terms of impossibility to dismiss or to retire, then the unemployment flows would be distorted, right? And we would concentrate the entire unemployment situation among the fixed-term employees. So a re-ranking is truly complex to develop if we want to keep the distribution of laws among the states, among the countries. And in any case, we are supporting validation because I wouldn't exclude it irrespective of the alignment, because aligning to, for instance, mortality rates or birth rates, this is not eliminating the real flows at all, in the sense that by aligning to birth rate and by considering birth rate as you do with a logistic approach, depending on the characteristics of women, it is not sure that the flow of newborns corresponds to the real one, although, of course, you are linked to the total birth rate. And it will be interesting also to see validation of, for instance, all of those dimensions that were not aligned. And I was thinking about, for instance, the unemployment rate or also the retirement rates. And I end up with a migration module. And of course, it is necessary in the dynamic macrosimulation schemes. And here I have two questions. One relates to cloning and how it is carried out. And I think there's an eligibility criterion that needs to be considered when it comes to, for instance, the families. And the incoming flows generally have characteristics that differ from, for instance, resident households, because, for instance, those families already had a family reunification or rejoining process. So some years ago, when we started with the dynamic model, well, and I remember the first version was at a regional level. Then the flows, the migration flows, were somehow consistent both in relation to the regions, because the Tuscany region was attractive, as it happened for the other regions of Italy, and also in the at the beginning, ISTAT used to provide us with detailed information, for instance, from the balance sheets of municipalities of the migration flows. And actually, we had data for the Tuscany region only, whereas the incoming flows were quite different from the ones relating to resident population and from the households that were migrating at the moment. So the cloning has to specifically focus on the main characteristics of the individuals that you let in. And then it would be interesting also to see the results. And I open the slide now, but I'm referring to the results and also for instance, the dependency rate and also the average age. Hence, in this case, without any migration information, we would need to see what is the contribution in terms of flows by foreign individuals. So their impact on the aging of population and also the dependency rate and index. Because, of course, we all know that the structure of population in 2050 is already clear nowadays based on the evolution in the past and in the last few years, and based on how the population is structured now. But then the fact of identifying how many foreign people we need in order to keep this aging of population constant, and also the sustainability of the entire welfare system, well, I believe this is definitely interesting. I think I asked too many questions, and I thank you once again for inviting us to participate. Thank you. I see that Irene is probably going to ask us to close the session because we are running out of time, but we'll try and comply with the agenda. I'll try and answer to your questions in a general way, but then I'm sure we'll have contacts in order to analyze these aspects in detail. It's interesting, the reweighting and also the granular approach as well, but I don't think that our procedure is so fine-tuned now. And for instance, as regards the access to retirement, despite of our sample is quite large now, well, this information tells us that probably the problem is that one. That is to say, we start from a sample that is the one linked to SILP, 48,000 individuals that we are expanding, but that was the starting point anyway. So this is very interesting. And then maybe Stefano can deepen this. As to the alignment, well, considering the level of the correction, because when it comes to the alignment, but this is the issue to be considered when it comes to the dynamic approach, well, this must be done during the validation phase, but at the moment we are actually carrying out the validation. But also when it comes to the result we're going to prepare, we cannot show to you any alternative scenarios or scenarios without the alignment, but it is worth, first and foremost, especially when it comes to the employment, if we align the employment to the rates, so what happens and what happens with our model. And as to migration, well, maybe a couple of words are needed in this connection. You're right. We consider the problem of not representing the households are too different from the access ones, but the idea relating to the algorithm we're using is of course, the reference is a household, but we control it by variables and individual components. This means that if the alignments tell me, as it is quite sure, that you need to have a lot of male, for instance, that aged 30, then the alignment allows, since you have to select several male aged 30 than women, and since you cannot be wrong, you're going to select a lot of singles among the ones already included in the sample that we have, and therefore there will be a cloning relating to single male. As to the representativeness of the households, we rely on the Chavar algorithm, and we have a number of alignments, and then we check that the households of migrants are different from the non-migrant ones, and this is something we checked actually. Also the selection of the size of our sample, which is 200,000 households and 400,000 individuals, is based on the minimum level that we need in order to have a representativeness of the migration phenomenon. Okay, that's clear. Okay, thank you. And actually, we also had a number of charts. But if we go below 200,000 households, we're going to have errors. I agree on showing the sensitivity scenario on the demographics. And of course, the sensitivity scenarios are the ones that we're going to do for sure, because this is part of the validation process, hence to see whether the model is consistent. And that's it, I guess, for me. I don't think that there's too much time for Stefano. Sorry to interrupt you. Maybe we can just ask whether there are questions for the streaming, and then we close this panel. So we succeed in having 5 minutes break. So, Marco Cacciotti raised his hand. Hello. Just a question. I don't know whether this is a technical question, and I don't know whether it's grounded. I hope you can hear me. I saw you start from 2016, and for the silk waves, and also the data from IMSS. But as a base year, you consider 2016. So my question mainly concerns the fact that how then using the information you collect for 2017, are you checking whether there's a consistency for the subsequent year in terms of forecast or not? Because it will be interesting to see whether the sample actually represents if it has a structure able to collect the information relating to 2017, which is actually not used. Well, the answer is short. As a matter of fact, what we do, well, we consider still 2016, and since the information concerns the tax return for the previous year, we take the sample back to 2015. So the validation is directly made in 2016 because we go back to 2015, and then in 2016 we validate. It is possible to do that for 2017 as well, but we didn't do that because this is part of the ongoing validation. What we did actually was to have a look at the institutional results at the macro level. But then, of course, we can grasp this opportunity, and since we get additional micro information, which are subsequent to the ones collected for our base year, and we can, of course, do that for 2017 as well. Now, any other questions, if any? Okay. Let's break for 5 minutes, and we can, I don't know, we probably have it. Is there an alignment relating to the structure of population by level of education and the possible future assessment of the structure? Quick answer, yes is the answer. We align by level of education, and we are using ISTAT data, and we align the level of university education and also upper secondary school. And then the residual information is the lower, let's say, secondary education. So the alignment is done based on ISTAT data, and the level of education for the time being is kept constant. But of course, these alignments are easy to move, and although, of course, there's been a squeezing recently. And then we make an assumption, for instance, to consider the graduation age, to consider which age we are leaving the education pathway, but then there's nothing to add. Thank you, and I'd like to thank the discussants for their contributions. 5 minutes break, and then we'll be back with the second panel. Okay, so I'll start if you all agree. So, good morning. I'll chair this session, and there are going to be two different presentations, always relating to the model. So the first one is by Chiara, and this relates to the situation of the labor market, and then Michele Bavaro. And I'd like to grasp the opportunity to refer to the past events of this project, which I'm part of through the Brussolini Foundation, because in the midterm report, many of the things you see today and in the first days of the lockdown and with the difficulties, well, those that want to get additional information are more than welcome. The discussants for this session include, and I read in alphabetical order, Paolo Acciari from the Finance Department, and expert in taxation and the labor market. Then we have Federico Bellotti, University Professor at Tor Vergata University of Rome, and he knows this mode as well. And the third speaker is Giovanni Gallo, that at the moment is carrying out that research activity with me, and he's an expert in microsimulation. So to stick to the time, well, the two presentations I ask you to please stick to the 15 minutes so that we're going to have a 10 minutes debate, and then we have more time for the debate among discussants and the authors of the report. So, Chiara? I will just take the floor in case you're exceeding the time allotted. Thank you. Okay, I accept this challenge, and I'll promise I'll stick to the schedule. So in this panel, we're going to refer to the main innovations relating to the previous model, and we will see the structure of the IDSilk data, and we will have an overview on the evidence gathered within the labor market, and then we will present some of the results deriving from the econometric estimates, and which represent the input from the microsimulation model, and we will briefly talk about the future implementations. So what are the main novelties as to in relation to the previous version? Well, we have now the retired and students. And in this case, for instance, we had after assigning work status, retired workers and also monthly wages were estimated. So sequential estimates were considered. And let us now consider IDSilk. And of course, this has been presented by Riccardo and Stefano before, and it represents an asset in terms of information, which is quite unique when it comes to the labor market, because it matches, as you know, information relating to the IMSS side and, of course, the individual's stories, and the information relating to the IDSilk survey. And then we can gather information relating to the social and economic conditions of both individuals and households. So now we are presenting a very short overview relating to the main evidence that allows us to have a picture of the labor market as from 2004 to 2017. And differently from what was done in the midterm report, here of course, Silk leads the way. So for each year, we've gathered only the subjects that were interviewed in the relevant way, and then we've also listed the specific information and employment information. So here we see the progressive aging of the population, And if we consider it from the policy standpoint, it gives us an important information, mainly as to the growth of the age class, that is to say 65-74 in terms of age bracket. Let us now consider the level of education, and we see that those that have a degree, let's say a lower degree, are reduced versus those that have an upper degree. And then the migrants. So the presence of migrants in the labor market, of course, against a number of migration flows that vary, we see a progressive increase of the presence of migrants in the labor market. And if we observe the period 2004-2015, well, those migrants are increasingly educated. Then if we consider the ratio between, for instance, the type of contracts, you see the increase in the number of professionals and offset by a progressive reduction of crafts and traders. Let's see something which will not be surprising. That is to say, women are more frequently associated to open-ended contracts with the public administration, and men are mostly craftsmen, traders, and farmers. And of course, if you consider the level of education, you see that the level of education is linked to a fixed, an open-ended contract with the public administration or professionals. It's also interesting to see the monthly wages and median monthly earnings, full-time workers, and median annual earnings, full-time workers. So if you consider the monthly wages and the annual wages, well, the crucial aspect is represented by the type of employment, that is to say, how long a worker can work during the year. Let us deepen this aspect now, and we consider the number of days worked per year, full-time workers, and here there's a polarization between, for instance, let's say permanent and non-permanent jobs, and women work less days, and this is the distribution between men and women. And also an important aspect is that, for instance, the level of education helps to work longer. So this is a problem that concerns the dichotomy, young people, less young people. And now I'm part of the less young people at the moment. So, of course, this is a problem linked to the possibility to access the labor market, and also the migrants that overall work less days versus those that were born in Italy. And now, let us consider the transition matrices that are a summary of what we observe, and we've been observing from one year to the other. And this is also considered from the dynamic standpoint, 2005-2006 versus 2015-2016. So by comparing these matrices, we see an increase in the number of those that leave the labor market after 1 year. If we also consider the subsequent item, we see that the transitions after 2 years, and this aspect that worsens, and mainly those that have an open-ended contract.
In the last slide, we can see that the fact of having a higher educational level protects workers from the risk of exiting the labor market. So I hope I did not exceed the time that was given me, and I will give the floor to Chiara, who's going to illustrate the part concerning the econometric estimates that were used as an input in the microsimulation model. Can you see the slides? Yes. So I will speak about the estimates concerning the labor markets module. This is part of the microsimulation TD model, and it comes after the demographic module. What are the features of this labor markets module? First of all, we have identified what we define as active age population. So as Elena was saying to start with, in this version of the model, we also included working pensioners. Then, through a logistic regression, we have assigned the probability of being employed on the labor market, which is also aligned. And those who are assigned to a status outside of a labor market can be recipients of disability benefits, unemployment benefits, or other forms, while those who are employed are further divided into various occupational categories. There can be permanent, private and public employees, temporary workers, atypical workers, professionals, self-employed, including artisans, traders, retailers, farmers. Additionally, in the case of employed workers, there is also another process which follows a logical model to which we assign those who work on a part-time or full-time basis, while in the case of temporary employees or atypical workers, they are assigned a number of months worked. These processes only concern these two occupational types, because in the case of the others, we assume that they work throughout the year. Then, in the case of all occupational categories, the one I've illustrated, we also estimate randomly their real monthly wages. Okay, let us look at the details of the estimates that we are developing within this model. The first estimate has to do with the probability of being employed. Something I want to say beforehand concerning estimates is that also in these regression models, we include as variables only variables that are also projected within the microsimulation model. And this in order to maintain a certain level of consistency among individual heterogeneity, which is considered by the estimates, and then what is simulated within the model itself. In this first slide, I will present the logical model, so the probability of being employed, and we can see that by grouping the variables in socio-demographic characteristics and characteristics related to the labor market, we can see that some features, some categories are at a disadvantage on the labor market, particularly when we look at students, pensioners, mothers with young children, so below 6 years of age, and those who, the disabled people, a condition defined based according to individual health or based on being the recipient of some IMSS benefit. Positive characteristics concerning the probability of being employed is being a foreigner, particularly if born in a non-EU country. This is in line with expectations because these are groups that, in order to be able to stay on their national territory in Italy, well, they need permits that are related to their occupational status. And then as age increases, and so does, and if education increases, this also increases the probability of being employed and also having a working partner, while we can see that being part of a couple is something positive for males, and it's not positive for females. Is in line with the literature that we have concerning salary estimates. Then if we look at the variables related to the labor markets, we can notice that, as we expected, being outside of the labor market, well, this represents a probability of being less employed. And then regardless of the occupational experience previously gained, based on which one was employed on the labor market, this is positive, and it is related to the probability of being employed, particularly if in the year before we have considered the person was employed with an open-ended contract, or was a professional, or was a self-employed worker. As to the multinomial space on which we establish the probability of belonging to a given occupational category, this is also gender-based, I will try to present more specifically these tables that I realize at first may seem very complicated, but then the idea behind these tables is to look at every coefficient, particularly in terms of signs, in connection with the contract category, the reference category, which is that of private employed persons with an open-ended contract. So open-ended private. All the numbers with a minus sign show that people have a smaller probability of belonging to that category, and the reverse is true in case of a positive figure. There are some socio-demographic categories, such as those that we see above, that have a higher probability of working with an open-ended contract in the private sector than all other occupational categories. While there are other categories which are older age and higher education that have a higher probability of being part of another occupational category different from open-ended private, except for people with closed-term contracts. Then if we look at the previous experience accumulated on the labor market, gain on the labor market, what we can note is that when experience increases in any of the occupational categories concerned, the trend is that this causes an increase in the permanence in the same professional category in which the experience was gained. And this is the case for all occupational categories, particularly employed persons with an open-ended contract. There are also some transitions that can be observed and that exist for employed workers, closed-term versus open-ended contracts between the private and the public sector, depending on the sector one belongs to. And we can also notice that among the categories of self-employed workers, professionals, and co, there are various situations in the sense that when experience increases as a self-employed worker, what increases is not just the probability of remaining a self-employed worker, but also of becoming a fixed-term worker or co. The same goes for professionals who can turn to in co or public employees with an open-ended contract, or atypical workers that can turn into fixed-term workers. In the case of women, the situation is similar to what I just described for men, with the further information that having children in an age between 0 and 6 years of age increases the probability of working with private sector contracts of the open-ended type, except for self-employed workers. And as far as the experience gain in the past in the labor market, what we notice that is different compared with males is that women, when they work as professionals or as co, in some cases show transitions which are slightly better than what we notice in the case of males, because when experience increases as professionals do not lead to co contracts as it is the case with men, but only in the case of women, they tend to become public, open-ended employed workers. In the case of co, they can turn into fixed-term contracts, but also in public sector employees with an open-ended contract. If we look at the estimates of monthly wages, here I will only present what is related to private sector employees, which is a single estimate for closed-end and open-ended contracts. And this is just an example for all the estimates that we have made, because many of the dynamics that I illustrate here are also true for other occupational professional categories. Again, we can make a distinction among the variables, socio-demographic features, and those that are related to the labor market. And here too, we can highlight some features that have a negative influence on salary levels, particularly being foreigners, which on the one hand increases the possibility of being employed, but with lower wages compared with the Italian average. And the fact of being a mother of children who are very young or children who are slightly older, showing a penalty related to motherhood, which does not disappear right after the birth, and the fact of working on a part-time basis, while some factors can have a positive impact on salary, for instance, being a father, having a higher educational degree, having a partner who works, the amount of professional experience gained in the past, the presence of an open-ended contract versus a fixed-term contract. Now, if we look at the estimates concerning number of months worked, here too, we can divide between socio-demographic characteristics and those related to the labor market. Here too, the characteristics for which we have a negative sign in relation to months as being a student or retired, having a fixed contract in the private sector or a co contract versus having a fixed contract in the public sector. The features that are related to a higher number of months worked throughout the year are being a foreigner, being a father, having a higher educational level, and as expected, also a greater experience gain on the labor market, or a fact of also having worked during the year before. In connection to what I've illustrated so far, we have already thought about future implementations we want to carry out, and particularly concerning the regression models. We want to widen the recourse to RE models, that we tend to prefer compared with fixed models, because they allow us to maintain some characteristics such as country of birth, which in the case of the immigration module is important, and also because they allow us to make a significant estimate of variance at individual aspects, which is necessary for us to be able to attribute individual aspects also to individuals who are outside of the estimates. And additionally, we wish to also look at literature in connection to some economic relationships we are considering. That it would be good to also introduce, like in introducing some variables such as being an employed worker, also considering another component concerning error, which can be a complex thing because we have an unbalanced panel, but that also presents observations that in some cases are different. And we could also add some additional processes that concern being able to distinguish unemployed persons from those who are outside of the labor markets, and try to develop these processes and estimates separately. In the case of individuals who only have one relevant contract throughout the year, and those who have got more than one. So with this, my presentation ends, and I would like to give the floor to my colleague who is going to look at the wealth module. Thank you, Chiara. So we give the floor to Michele. So I would like to ask Michele to stick to 15 minutes because, of course, we all have got to go for lunch. So, yes, I only have one problem with my presentation, actually sharing the slides, because I read here, Riccardo Conti presents. I don't know, maybe Chiara or Elena could share the screen. So if Chiara has closed their presentation, then Michele should be able to load, well, to share his. Well, I can still read Riccardo Conti presents, but I'm not doing anything, I promise. Well, if you want, I can perhaps share the screen, or I can leave, and perhaps the best thing is that Chiara could share the slides and she can just move on to the next when you ask her to. So you have to open the wealth presentation. Consider that you're not going to recover the time that we are wasting, so please consider that time is limited. Well, I could also begin by just speaking off the cuff. I apologize. I'm almost there. Bear with me. Or else I can share the screen because you sent me the slides. So let's see if Chiara manages. So in the meantime, while we wait, I can perhaps begin. So I have this task of describing to you the wealth module that, as you said, is one of the innovations in this new version of TDIM. Thank you, Chiara, for sharing the slides. And the structure of the presentation is quite typical. I will be speaking to start with. So I'm going to present data concerning wealth, then the structure of the wealth module, which is based on the work by Simone Tedeschi that was already mentioned. Simone is also connected, so perhaps later he can also add something. While in the final part, I will focus on two specific processes, which is that of consumption and financial investments, to then end by illustrating the preliminary results of the simulation. So, to start with, we can focus, we can speak not just about wealth, but also about a submodule, which is that of private pensions, that we consider to be an additional component of the wealth module. So let us look at some initial definitions to sort of place this within a context. So by the net wealth of a family, we consider real wealth, financial wealth, to which we have to subtract liabilities. As real wealth, we only consider houses, whereas financial wealth can be divided into 4 types, which is liquidity, government bonds, corporate bonds, and stocks. So let us begin by looking at data. Well, the first thing we need to say is that, well, the data are collected and analyzed at household level in this specific module, the wealth module. So it is an element that separates it from the rest of the TD model. So house wealth is based on the data provided by the Department of Finance with 2 sources, cadastre and tax returns. From the cadastre, we have gained the value of the bill of the property, and from the tax returns, the way in which they are used. So for every silk model, we've got a house wealth. There is a deterministic matching, and this was compared also with macro aggregates from the Bank of Italy and the Department of Finance concerning the total house wealth in Italy. And also it was compared with the SHIY microdata, with which we can compare. We can see that the Gini index, there is an increase in the Gini index in administrative data versus the Gini in the SHIY, and that is related to a particular element in the sense that the number of families, households possessing 2 houses or more is much higher than what you would find. This is a typical result when you compare administrative data with other data. As to financial wealth, we see that we have a statistical matching between the silk data and the SHIW data, the study of the Bank of Italy. In this case, the data set, the donor data set is the SHIW, and what the recipient is silk. So for every household, we've got a relative value which is related to financial wealth on the baseline here. The methodology we used is that of the propensity score matching, and in this connection there was a problem which is well known in literature, which is that of the underreporting of financial wealth data in the SHIW in terms of possession and value. This problem was analyzed during the literature that I mentioned, Barandolini and Tarizio, that make corrections. We do not make any correction to the base year, but this is one of our goals for the future, working on this. So we can continue rapidly by showing where our wealth module is placed within the various TD modules after the pension module, but before the tax benefit module. But before we get into the wealth module, let us speak about the private pension sub-module, which is between the pension and the wealth modules, in between, in a sense. So the private pension sub-module, differently from the wealth one, is individual. So for every individual, we simulate the choice whether to participate to the second or third pillar. The second is, or the third, like third being private pensions. So So the second pillar, fondi negoziali, and the third pillar coincides with fondi aperti o piani individuali pensionistici. This is based on the SHI-wide data. So investments in these alternative pension funds. Okay, the investments in the second or third pillar provide a certain return that is computed using COVID data when available 2016-19, whereas for 2020-50 we use simulations based on the composition of the pension fund composition, on the composition of the pension fund. So let us continue with the structure of the wealth module per se. So we can start from top to bottom to look at the processes that are interconnected really, and very briefly we can point at the main ones, which are the number one, private wealth transfers, which can be inter vivos or through bequest. Then there is the update of net wealth, real and financial. Then there is house ownership. Then there are financial investment processes, so how to invest financial wealth. And finally, point 5 and 6 are connected with each other. For instance, the choice of the household on how much to consume, so consumption, this leading to savings, which in the chart is connected because what is saved becomes the next year financial wealth. So this is one of the assumptions in the module and in the model. Another relevant assumption which we make is related to returns, which vary over time, but that do not vary in terms of space among households. And we should also highlight that the only form of liability in this model and in this module is that of mortgage, which is related to investment in the property sector, whereas you cannot, it does not consider, for instance, taking loans for consumption purposes. So the next part is still related to estimates and alignments. Estimates are based on the SHIW macro data, and they can be two types. When we must simulate discrete choices, we use logit models, as in the case of choosing or to buy or sell a house, while in the case of quantities, we use continuous or log continuous regressions. For instance, how much the house bought is worth. As far as alignments are concerned, we use several sources. And for instance, we start from Istat for the total number of houses bought and sold, and also the saving rate. The Department of Finance gives us data on the number of rented houses. So this was not present in the outline, in the flowchart that I showed you before, but in the model we also module this process. COFIP for participants in the second and third pillars, pension schemes. And then there are also return rates on financial investments following projections by AWG, OECD, etc. So let us move on with one of the two specific focuses. The first concerns consumption processes. And initially I will be speaking about estimates. So estimates are based on panel data of the SHIW 2002-2016 as a variable. We've got also the log, we also use log consumption, and there is also a correlation between fixed effects and error component. As far as estimates, we have two goals to achieve mainly. First of all, in introducing life cycle elements for the future, and also correct for income endogeneity. And we will do that by including an instrumental variable. Then if Chiara can move on to the next slide, but I will ask you to get back. So these are the estimates on consumption. As you can see, we've got QY, which is a decile of income. We also included the logarithm of financial wealth, and also the negative coefficient of retired persons that reflects Italian retirement consumption puzzle. In other words, that elderly people save more than young people. This is well known in literature. But if we can get back again to the previous slide, as far as alignment is concerned, here there is a rather relevant element represented by the fact that the propensity to consumption coming out of the estimates that we just looked at, well, they are very different compared with the values that we can find in national accounting data from ISTAT. This is also a rather well-known result in literature, and here I included reference to the work of economists from the Bank of Italy who have analyzed this discrepancy between the saving rates coming from the SHIY data and what ISTAT gives us in terms of data. Now we decided to align ourselves to, in the case of saving, to the ISTAT data. So data amounted to 10.5% in 2015 now. So let us move on to the second focus concerning the choice of financial investments. So basically in our model, there are 4 types of possible investments, financial investments. So from a modeling and econometric standpoint, it is a rather complex choice because you need to model for the possible investment in one of these 4 forms of financial activities, but also try and understand how much to the overall financial wealth is invested in a specific activity. At the moment, our methodology is based on 2 steps. First of all, an estimation of the ownership, and one concerning the ratio over the total, which we also base on the SHIW. An aspect to highlight is that we, among the variable concerning the investment decision, we include the financial literacy level of the household, of the bread earner, which is based on score based on questions concerning the financial world. So our next steps from an econometric standpoint are no doubt focused on including dynamic models, dynamic components, persistence of the financial choice, and then trying to include a simultaneous or structural equation modeling, being able to choose concurrently several types of financial activities. Now, let us continue to conclude by looking at preliminary simulation results. Let us begin by illustrating wealth inequality, which here we have looked at with the Gini index. So the blue line grows for the period, net wealth, except for the first years in the simulation. This is led by what happens to house wealth, which is the green line, whereas what is quite unique is the wealth inequality, financial wealth inequality, the red line. So in the first half of the simulation period, we've got a reduction in this inequality, which is related to the inclusion of financial wealth in the model. So this model of the increasing in the wealth of household is related to the saving effects phenomenon. So everything that is saved is turned into financial wealth the next year. And so we can say basically that these first years of simulation have the purpose of correcting the reporting error that was to be found in SHIW data on financial wealth. If we look at the next slide, we can see how another interesting result concerns the role of capital income on total income. We can see that in the long run, because of the increase of the wealth accumulated in the model, the weight of the role of capital income increases, and this is led by a positive gap between the rate of growth of wealth and that of salaries and pensions. So from 3% in 2020 to almost 9% in 2050. So in this sense, the absence of variability in terms of returns is one of the explanations of these results. The return is almost invariably positive. There are no risk elements in the model, and this, of course, implies a value that is always positive and increasing in the role in capital income. So we can continue by looking at another interesting aspect, which was also touched on before, which is that of inheritance. So inheritance can be considered as one of the sources that explains the increase of inequality in the simulated period, because as we can see here, the inequality of inherited wealth increases considerably in the simulation period. This results, as also Riccardo was saying before earlier, is that inheritance is a phenomenon related to total demography, so the total of what is transferred on a year-to-year basis. So we can say that the increase in wealth inequality, inherited wealth inequality, is related to an increase in inequality in the wealth possessed by the elderly. And this result is also to be found in the next slide, which explains how within this model there is a total inversion in the total wealth possessed between young people and old people in the period considered. Because in 2050, we get to the fact that almost 60% of the total wealth is possessed by people who are over 65. So if we go back for a moment, Chiara, to the previous slide, we can say that as far as inheritance is concerned, an essential aspect is that probably we should improve estimates concerning the inter-vivos transfers, so those that take place before a person dies, to anticipate somehow the transfers over time, the transfers of wealth within households. If you can recap in a couple of minutes, please. I'm almost finished. So we can conclude by moving on to the last slide, since time's up. So we can sum up what the next steps may be. First of all, we start from the correction for the underreporting of financial activities in the starting year, variability in the returns of financial investments, including property, working on consumption by including life cycle components, and then a specific focus on improving the role of financial literacy in the model, so improving the evolution of financial literacy individually over time, but also in terms of alignment. And this is all I wanted to say. Thank you. And I'm giving now the floor, I don't know to whom. I will act as chair again. There are so many interesting aspects in your presentation, but as a chair, I'm afraid I have to give the floor to discussants, not in alphabetical order, but according to our leaflets. So the first is Giovanni Gallo, whom I think has got some slides. And so he's the first to take the floor. I would like to ask a discussant to stick to 10 minutes, if possible. So can you see the slides? Yes. Okay, great. So good morning to everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate as a discussant, and thank you also for the interesting presentations, very interesting presentations. And I found, I don't know it so well, but I find this model very, very interesting and having also great potential. And I have, by looking at your slides, I took notes on comments and suggestions, and I hope that and even though the model is very complex already, I hope that my comments can help you further improve your already excellent work. So the first comment is related to the trends that you've looked at concerning the labor market. I realized that some comments are more understandable, even though not everything is clear from my slides. And okay, I didn't understand everything from the slides, but what I wanted to know is the trends concerning the AD Silk 2004-2007. Do they coincide with those observed in the various IMPS data? Why? Because some dynamics, and I'm thinking of one, but we should evaluate all of them, particularly that of the increase of fixed-term workers over time, seems to me to be too stable in that period of time when, on the contrary, it is well known that the number of fixed-term workers has increased dramatically in Italy, particularly over that period of time considered at the beginning of your reference year period. Another question, again focusing on trends, is related to work intensity, so the number of days worked. And here too, perhaps I missed something from the slides, but not all your slides are so intuitive in the sense that consider educational level and country of birth. There is a reason, I'm sure, but it seems strange that Italians or people with a university degree work many more hours and many more days compared with those who have got a lower level of education, and compared also with foreigners, also depending on the type of occupation. I don't know if you have made comparisons or with analysis at a greater detail. And the second point, and this is perhaps the most important comment I can make, is related to the labor market transitions. And the question I've asked myself is, when I read that this microsimulation model was based on crossing SILP data and IMPS data, I would have expected, particularly in connection to evolutions in the labor market transitions, that you would look at what happens in administrative data, and then in the case of people interviewed in 2004, 5, and so on, you know the past, you know the present, and you also know their future up until 2017. So I was wondering why you decided to impute beyond the forecast, impute these transitions rather than start from administrative data and then perhaps make a forecasting based on those data. But perhaps I missed something, and somehow I also had the same doubt because I work with administrative data and those in particular. So I was wondering, as also Mr. Cacciotti from the Ministry of Finance was wondering, so if you have assessed to what extent the occupational history that emerged from Silk, you have the same person on Silk for a maximum of 4 years concerning the rotational groups of Silk. So I was wondering, do they speak the same language in the sense, do they tell you the same things or not? And the last thing I wanted to say concerning the labor market transitions is, do you expect, so you expect students to start working, and I was wondering where. So have you assumed in your model if they can find a job outside, let's say a student who comes from the south of Italy, who comes from Sicily or Apulia, I don't know, and he finds a job in northern Italy. And I wanted to know if this is a detail that you considered. And in general, and this is also something that comes up also in one of my comments, and if you consider internal migration across Italy. As far as estimates, I don't have much to comment on because of what I said before, in the sense that it would be best to base you on administrative data rather than imputations. But beyond this, what I wanted to highlight is the fact that it's okay what Chiara said concerning using only variable or using mainly variables that are simulated by the model because of internal consistency. But there are also variables such as region of residence, level of urbanization. This is perhaps an additional piece of information that you can extract from administrative data that are relevant variables in terms of accessing the labor market and also in terms of income definition, but that at the moment are not present. As to the wealth module, here too I've got a couple of questions, but again, perhaps because I did not understand something. So you correct in terms of underreporting, but then what happens concerning those who in silk had a financial wealth equal to 0? Do you correct the misreporting and the underreporting, or just the underreporting? And so can you specify something about this? And if so, what hypotheses were made, and also in connection to what was already said? While concerning household consumption, the only doubt I have is that it's not so much because it's wrong per se, but because it increases the uncertainty of estimates. The fact that you, in order to estimate household consumption, you use a variable which was already imputed. So I was wondering if perhaps by using the richness of information on silk, well, silk you don't have information on consumption, but there are many proxy information that can tell you something about saving propensity, such as, for instance, beyond the educational level, also tenure status and income capitals. And another thing, and I don't like to quote myself, but because you were speaking about the pension reform, choosing what to do with one's severance pay, pension funds or the company, and the role of financial illiteracy was quoted. In this work I published in 2018 with Professor Van Soest and Professor Torricelli, by analyzing that reform, we saw that financial literacy has got a secondary role in Italy that is surpassed, exceeded by the sector or a number of people in a company, the level of trade unionization, the level of education or geographical area. Additional comments, well, they do not, well, they are related to your presentation, but in general, they are addressed to the model in general and also the panel. And this is related also to what Maria Luisa Maitino said earlier. Representativeness is preserved at the household level, but when you speak about the labor market, obviously the analysis dimension comes to an analysis of individual levels, and I was wondering if representativeness is also granted at the individual level. So in this connection, this may explain some of those strange trends that you sometimes notice in the labor market over time. The second aspect, which is more relevant perhaps, is that following calibration, systematically you reduce or lose the number of households at the top income levels or top wealth levels. And I was wondering if this is what you actually want to do. So it is acceptable to refer to known data, but through Silk, you've got the opportunity of correcting for underreporting of tax evasion, and by doing so, if you do continue to do this, you will miss this chance. As far as future implementations are concerned, it's very interesting to connect with the IRA registers. But again, in Italy, what is very important is internal migration, which is and should be included in the microsimulation model, dynamic microsimulation model. And the last point concerns the number of graduated employed workers. What I saw from panel 1 is that there was an increase in 2014 because, as we read in literature, university became a sort of a shelter when the economic crisis erupted. So those who entered university in 2009 finished university in 2014. So I was wondering if this trend was noticed, that one of the economic crises that took place in Italy between 2008 and 2009. So considering long-term forecasts, if you have considered this, you should consider, in my opinion, the possibility of introducing an increase of this type also in relation to the COVID pandemic, because probably also following COVID, many students that have finished high school, rather than entering the labor market, also because it is very difficult to do so now, have decided to enroll in universities. So my speech ends here. Thank you. Thank you, Giovanni. If the authors are okay with this, we could collect questions and then a final Q&A answers at the end. Otherwise, it would take long. I would like now to give the floor to Paolo, and I want to thank Giovanni for sticking to the 10 minutes time he had been allotted. So I'm giving the floor to Acciari. If you've got slides, you can share them if you want. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Michele. Yes, I will try right away to share my screen. So these are my slides. Can you see them? Yes. Great. So comments are mainly related to administrative and fiscal data. So this is the viewpoint I took in making my comments. And I will begin with some general comment concerning the general discussion we had in panel 1, because for the first time in TDIM, fiscal data is included, which we provided from the finance department by extracting data from tax returns, but also we were lucky enough to already have this data matched with Eurosilk, because this match is used for our own microsimulation models in the finance department that my colleague Marco Manzo is responsible for. When we speak about administrative data, the detail lies in the devil. The devil lies in the details. Because these data are built for administrative purposes. And so this is something that became evident with IMSS data, where the minimum level of contribution and its application generated that problem of producing polarization on a certain level, that of minimum level of contribution. So something very innovative was performed with this imputation that was described in panel 1 in order to overcome this problem. Naturally, we work a lot with tax returns, and even though we are great fans of these data, also tax returns do have some problems in terms of interpretation. For instance, in fiscal data, unemployment benefits and redundancy fund is treated for fiscal purposes as if it were an income from work. This is a problem of our fiscal data that, however, is not present in those from IMSS. And in this case, the fact that you also use IMSS data is a very good aspect because it's very solid as an approach. And I was noting in this chart that in the comparison between the Ministry of Finance data and those used by TDIM concerning tax returns, in some income intervals, the MEF data, I've got a higher frequency, which is due to the fact that fiscal data consider redundancy fund as an income from employment. So it's better to have different administrative sources at one's disposal so that they can add more information because one can compensate for the defects of another. As far as my other comments are concerned, they relate to the wealth module. I would like to add some comments concerning the labor market module, even though they're not in my slides, just because they came up to my mind as I was following your presentations. It's two things, basically. One is related to the issue of those who were born abroad. So the phenomenon of immigration is very important, relevant. And I was wondering if, since you make a difference between those who are EU born or non-EU born, from what I looked at, I was wondering if it's possible perhaps to make a different type of classification, because, for instance, between the EU born, there are those who were born in Germany or in Bulgaria who have very different employment trends, or non-EU citizens, immigrants that maybe come from, I don't know, Pakistan or the United States. So I was wondering if it's possible to try and group differently these, for instance, the people who are born in non-EU high-income countries and low-income countries within the EU or without, in order to better use the data concerning these individuals. Another doubt I have is that in the estimate of the working and income dynamics of individuals, you considered also a certain intergenerational persistence of revenue. In the documentation in PDF, not in the slides, I noticed that you speak about a certain persistence, and I was wondering if you have considered the fact that coming from wealthy families, one has a chance of continuing to have a high income, and whereas you tend to have a lower income if you come from a lower income household, even though, of course, there is still the chance of moving or changing one's income brackets. So these are the two suggestions or observations I would like to make concerning the employment, the labor market part. As far as the wealth sector is concerned, the wealth module, I've seen that in terms of liabilities, you only consider mortgage. So since wealth is also related to consumption, I was wondering if we could include consumption credit in this model, credit to consumption, and I quoted here a report on credit to consumption, which tells us that credit to consumption has increased considerably, and also consumption and saving patterns have changed. And I was wondering, therefore, if this can be considered as an aspect to be included in the model. Another aspect I would like to point at, and I've noticed that you have already considered it in terms of future developments of the TDIM, has to do with the fact that there are no differences in terms of the returns on financial and real investments. And I was wondering if risk could be included, because what may happen is that if you got your savings in equity, you may also risk great losses with the risk of losing a large portion of the wealth that could be used for protection purposes. So all the MiFID regulations on investment adequacy to a certain extent protect lower income families from investing in types of risky investments. So there are already some protection rules. We know that they do not always work properly. And last but not least, these slides are related to an aspect that you have already highlighted, so the underreporting of financial activities. So first of all, I want to commend you for the part concerning real estate data. The merger with cadastral data makes this part very solid. And I imagine that you do not use cadastral value, but the market value. So that part of financial or real estate data, I think, is very solid in your model. But the part concerning financial activities, as you have acknowledged yourself, is marked by this under-reporting distortion. And I suggest and I am again quoting myself, and I apologize for this, but I'm referring to this report in which we focus on the concentration of wealth by looking at data other than those of the SHIW. So we use the entire set of data from inheritance declarations. And that is because in inheritance tax files, there is no problem in terms of voluntary underreporting. There's just tax evasion that can be there, but only of the offshore type, because it's difficult to evade taxes in the case of inheritance rather than in the case of income. So in the case of death, it's very difficult to hide the wealth. So in this study, we used fiscal declaration data, including mortality data, mortality multipliers method. So I wish to highlight that in connection with comparison with SHIY data, we see higher concentration of personal wealth. And what we observe is the actual trend. We've got data coming from inheritance tax files, and these data were imputed to some assets that are missing in inheritance declarations. So when we compare them with the trends in SHIW, and we look at the top 1% individuals, we see a trend that is rising when we base ourselves on inheritance tax files. And the same goes but the other way around with the first 5 deciles of wealth, the wealth of individual according to wealth precisely. We see a decrease in the amount of wealth possessed in individuals compared with the SHIW. Levels, of course, differ depending on whether you take the individual or over a household. but the SHW trend is much more stable, whereas in our case, the decrease is much higher. And this has also have an impact on the Gini index in our data from 2005 to 2019, and we see an increase from 0.62 to 0.76. So these trends are explained by wealth of the non-housing type, so financial wealth, which is this line with the triangles. So, for your future improvements, this may be a source to introduce corrections, because this underreporting may have effects on the level of concentration of wealth, so an underestimation of rich people's wealth, and a possible overestimation of the wealth of the poor. The trend that you are looking at over the long period, well, it's possible that these trends continue over time, even though we've seen that there has been a change recently. And this can also have an impact on the vulnerability of low-income households. So, since you've got mortis causa transfers, this type of suggestions may be useful in order to better calibrate in mortis causa transfers, which we have looked at in the previous presentation. So there is a growing trend in the wealth that is going to be transferred mortis causa. So the fact of better measuring these aspects of wealth will lead to a further increase in the trends you have illustrated. So this is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Very interesting. And I'm now giving the floor to Federico Berotti. Thank you, Michele. Good morning to everyone. I too have some slides, and I will try to be very fast because we are running late. So, can you see the slides? So, as Michele was saying, in fact, I do not work on the topics of the labor market or wealth. I work for the Department of Economics and Finance at the University of Rome Tor Vergata, and I'm responsible for the assessment of econometric methods for panel data, including spatial and network ones. And I have been dealing with dynamic microsimulation models, but in a very different context compared with yours. And in fact, our model is an international model, which is still dynamic, but which is focused on health and healthcare expenditure. I hope I can give you some suggestions, though, that can help you improve things, particularly in terms of the estimating of econometric models, will help you improve the excellent work you are already doing. In general, I was very much struck by this new comprehensive structure of but TDIM. So because it's a microsimulation model of the dynamic type, it really allows you not to forecast, but to project and assess the impact of alternative scenarios versus a basic scenario. And the fact that you can use ADI-Silk is really impressive, because having the possibility of using a panel-based data source, even though of the sample type matched with administrative data of several types, including cadastral data or those of the tax return agency or the SHIW data, it's really relevant in my opinion. And from what I realized, the estimates you made are, as far as the probability for working or changing one's occupation or wage equation, etc., they seem to me to be sensible and in line with expectations. My comments are very fast indeed, and they concern two aspects. One more general, that was also reconsidered by the previous presentations in part, and has to do with the element of uncertainty in the model, and considering results also by looking at the aspect of validation internally and externally whenever possible. This is a chart that comes from our own model and projects over time up until 2050 the prevalence of hypertension in some OECD countries, 9 European nations in particular. So the importance of having a confidence band is in fact something that is that comes out of comparing different scenarios and being able to say if the differences that one is observing are significant or not, even though uncertainty mainly in this model comes from the randomness of the Monte Carlo simulation. But we can also consider other sources of uncertainty, such as the fact that you have some sample data, and through bootstrapping, you can include also other sources of uncertainty to make these confidence bands even more reliable. As far as internal and external validation is concerned, I haven't seen anything. An internal type of validation may be the following that was perhaps in part described previously. So you have the intention of projecting over time your data. You start from 2016, but you also have previous data. So if you estimate models on previous data, you can perhaps start a little bit earlier and look internally if your model is capable of exactly reproducing what the trend in your database is, which you use as your population stock. As external validation is concerned, this is a bit more complex as a situation, particularly concerning long-term projections, because it's not easy to find certain aspects, such as what you find in Eurostat or UN projections concerning the variables considered. This is an example that we made a few years ago, precisely on the projection of Italian pension benefits, old age pensions in Italy, for two age brackets. The red one is the TDIM of a few years ago, the TDIM projection 2.0 of a few years ago, I think it was 2017, whereas the blue one is the one that we made with our model, which is the global FEM. And I didn't say that before, but it is focused only on individuals aged 50 or above. So it only looks at that bracket of the population, and in particularly at the time we had developed a model on pensions that we wanted to assess, and we did with the TD. So I didn't find any trace of these aspects, and I think that if you get to 3.0, the 3.0 version, your team should consider them also in connection with future relationships, that these are considered. In connection with the econometric aspects concerning estimates for the models that are at the basis of the projections you have already obtained, I've seen that two significant suggestions can, and that you've already highlighted in your conclusions, come from, for instance, considering dynamic models, and in addition to dynamic models, also considering where necessary, and I've seen that there isn't a great internal variability in some models, so in some cases this is pointless, but where necessary, you should consider always a correlation between the covariates you are including in the model and the heterogeneity observed as invariant over time. In this sense, my suggestion would be to follow this approach, which is really simple to estimate, and that requires nothing more than a probit or a logit for a pooling or a random or a logit random effect, as you did in connection with the probability of working, because it only needs including the lagged variable over time and the initial conditions. So the first observation over time for all the individuals, and the mean values for the time-varying variables to consider this correlation. So this model can be estimated easily with statistical software, but in your case, all you need is to estimate it with a pool head solution, because at the end of the day, I don't think you've got problems in terms of efficiency. And this is also a question for Chiara, Elena, and Michele. I think that in simulating or projecting your outcomes, you consider the entire set of estimates that you obtain from these models, whether they are statistically significant or not, I would imagine, precisely to maintain some feedback to the model. Chiara was saying that you only include the variables that in turn are simulated within the model, and which ensure an internal consistency, and also the possibility of having an internal feedback in sense what happens when age increases, what happens when education increases, what happens when labor market experience increases. So in this sense, I wouldn't really focus on looking at what is in the error, but trying to take everything out of this error. In other words, efficiency becomes secondary to specification. I've got another question concerning what I read in a slide, that something like in the projection, once we estimate a logit random effect, we post-estimate random effects for sample individuals, and then we extract from a normal estimate for the out-of-sample or newborn ones, so new cohorts in a sense that become part of the model. My question is, how do you do that in a nonlinear model? How do you do that? And then two quick considerations. The first is that everything I said can also be implemented for a multinomial outcome, but there too, the dynamic correlation is very important. There is this paper which refers to which articles that I mentioned proposes such a model. So a multinomial model for panel data of the dynamic type, random effect, but correlated random effect, which also gives you the chance of considering the cross-state dependence. So the state before being different from the subsequent one. And as I was saying, this is my last slide, you spoke about irregularity spaced over time, irregularly spaced observations over time. This is what often happens in panel data of the unbalanced type of this type. We usually include in a log delta age model to take this irregularity into account, and we've seen that this works also to make sure that dynamic models can function from this perspective. And then I don't understand why you use a regression, a wage regression, rather than a Poisson. There is a debate in the statistical field in this connection, but Poisson allows you basically to obtain predictions that are strictly positive, but not to deal with the problem of retransformation starting from a linear log. And then you have used an REGLS, I would imagine, of the linear type for estimating the model concerning the number of months worked by working individuals, so a count variable of the positive type. And I am wondering how you did that in terms of projections, if you projected the worked hours to ensure that this outcome is bigger than 0 if estimate was made by a random effect GLS that does not necessarily ensure this. So I'm finished, and I thank you again, and I wish you all the best for the rest of this workshop. Thank you, Federico, very clear. And I would like now to give the floor quickly for 3 to 4 minutes to our guests if they want to provide an answer or make some considerations considering what was said so far. Let us begin with Elena, if she wants to say something. Well, there are so many aspects, so yes, well, you can only refer to the most relevant one, then you can chat among you. Well, the comments were really, really interesting. And I would like to tell Federico Bellotti that we are working also with others who had given some indications in this sense. So we will be in touch because the things that you said are part of the implementations we want to make ourselves. Thank you. So I would like to begin from the first set of discussions. Giovanni, in connection to state over time, the data silk, the ADISILK data set, we made some choices, and this has got repercussions on what was observed later. So Michele made some choices which are not those that we considered, because depending on your objectives, you can develop your data set accordingly. And in this sense, the prevailing state was chosen. So if an individual has got more than one relationship, a prevailing relationship is chosen, and it is imputed as the only one existing. And this, of course, could flatten that dynamic that we expect, and that without making such a choice we may not see. Concerning the idea of adding variables such as the territorial one, so what happens to students when they go find a job? Well, this is, in this connection, we limited ourselves to what the literature says, and so we do not include in the model what is not simulated, because it's as if we were using the variables that we simulate by taking into account what these variables bring with them. Imps and silk speak the same language. Yes, this is something we readily realized because we considered topics such as dropout information, and you will find all these things in the intermediate report. I don't know if Chiara wishes to add something on what I said so far, to what I said so far. No, but just that the fact of adding other variables such as region of residence and sector of economic activity, well, these are all variables that can be useful to estimate probability of working salary, etc., but precisely because estimates are used for the microsimulation model, they do not have any autonomous motivation. We decided to maintain this consistency between the world we considered in the estimates and the measuring model. A comment on what was said concerning immigrants. If there are different groupings possible compared to what we presented, well, there is a further detail concerning country of birth, but we should consider that these are very small groups, so even making further differences in estimates is not really significant because we would reduce the amount of the individual cells. Many other indications, many of the comments that were made are really interesting, and I want to thank all the discussants. Some of the suggestions, we have been thinking about them as well, like introducing some dynamics or introducing improvements in the econometric estimates, such as those that Mr. Bellotti quoted. I cannot remember all the various comments that were made, but in a general sense, one thing that I taken down was the possibility of imputing individual effects, the estimated effects to out-of-sample individuals. But this was done only for linear models such as salaries and months worked, but not for non-linear models. I don't know if Simone wishes to add something, and the other, and Michele too. Well, as far as what Giovanni Gallo said, the values of financial wealth are imputed to all the silk households, but starting from the SHIW data through the statistical matching methodology, while estimates on consumption are not imputed, but they are the real one of the SHIW. In connection with the financial literacy aspects concerning private pensions, they are included in the second and third pillar. Among significant variables, yes, I was just saying that there are also variables that are important. I wasn't suggesting you include them. Yes, those you mentioned are not those that we use. We also include education.
For instance, as I said before, all of the variables, that is to say special variables, cannot be included, and of course they're not included and not provided for, and as to the rest, with all of the remarks by Achari, especially when it comes to the consumer credit and also all of the data and also range of the activities, and also what Professor Morelli said. So it seems to me that these are useful suggestions, and also a number of suggestions by Federico relating to the possibility to include dynamic items in the estimates. Well, this has to be taken into consideration, so thank you, and I give the floor to Simone. One final thing, I don't know whether as to the supplementary pension, it is important to consider, for instance, and I don't remember whether that was simulated and included in the model or not. Thank you. Yeah, but then this is not simulated. And it would improve a lot, all of the estimates, but it cannot be considered as a dynamic predictor. So I'd like to thank the discussant that provided us with a lot of inputs. It will be useful and will be useful to continue to work on these items. And I try to add a couple of things. For instance, it relates to what I've done with Michele, that is to say, for instance, wealth. Of course, we have a lot of problems and things that can be improved, but there are two main items to be considered and which were also mentioned by the discussants. One relates to the savings and consumption, which are limitedly dynamic, whereas we know that consumptions generally have a dynamic structure linked to the habits, and also this is something we've reasoned upon, and also it relates to the fact that at the moment all of the wealth processes are estimated as relating to the SCIV. So a problem arises, that is to say, an imbalancing between the timeliness and also the simulation of 1 year. So in the past we did so, and of course we carried out a number of activities with Carlo Mazzaferro, and we estimated it within the dynamic approach on the shift data, and then the dynamic parameter was included in the simulation. So, of course, there are several differential problems and macro simulation, and we also add other problems in terms of sampling and also, for instance, the variation. So, for sure, there's a big problem relating to the internal validity, and we are doing so already. So, there was a choice. That is to say, to start from today or tomorrow to simulate, and we are actually using 5 years as an internal simulation approach. Then the savings behaviors are too stiff, too rigid, in the sense that they are not reacting to the expected distribution of the wealth, and they are very much aligned to the past, to the recent past, whereas it would be useful to introduce on the one side, for instance, to link it to macro models as to the evolution of the savings approach of the time. And the fact of saying that the elderly save a lot of money in Italy, well, that is quite limitedly possible. Because, of course, if the scenario changes and we have a limited wealth and a different scenario, well, I'm not sure that the elderly continue to save so much money as they did in the past. And also with an intergenerational approach. And relating to this, there's the portion relating to the intergenerational transfers that Paolo was mentioning. And in this case, well, we've seen our activity. And of course, we will refer to, I will try to refer to this item to provide additional weights. But since this is based on econometric estimates, it is important to have the microdata, especially when it comes to the intergenerational flows, because of course, in the model we have, for instance, the shift data, and probably this is not a survey that focuses on this specific item, and then everything takes place later in the lives of people. And of course, this increases inequality among and between young people and the elderly. So, of course, additional information will be needed because, of course, additional information is needed on flows, for instance. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have some hopes now. I don't see questions, and due to time constraints, I think it is high time to close. So, Irene, please tell us when we're meeting. I'm going to have a light lunch, very light. Yeah, of course, very light lunch because we're meeting back at 2 o'clock. So that we're going to keep with the schedule relating to the other speakers and discuss. And so apologies for the delay, and enjoy your lunch. So now we can resume our work and the floor to Ricardo. Please, you have the floor. Okay, now I'm sharing the presentation, just a couple of seconds to answer to a question that started in panel 1 relating to the representativeness of the sample. This was also mentioned in panel 2, and there was the initial question by Maria Luisa on the households and individuals. So we wanted to understand, and those of you that are discussants or speakers, we are, of course, checking everything, and of course it starts from the household, and we check the individual situation. And in fact, what Stefano showed is a important consistency relating to the original weight. Panel 3 now, pensions and social protection. So Stefano Bosco and I are here. Then as discussants we have Carlo Mazzaferra, who's been dealing with the Italian pension systems, and then we have with us Francesco Figari, Professor of Science of Finance at the University of Insubria, and it is with tax benefit. And Marco Di Marco, who deals with microsimulation models and also tax benefit, and also the Fatimon model that, among the other things, has been adopted quite recently for the estimation of the income supporting those in need, the so-called reddito di cittadinanza, the citizenship income. So I'll tackle the main structure of the pension module, and I'll show you some preliminary results, and then I'll give the floor to Stefano, who's going to talk about the tax benefit module and the preliminary results. So always the structure of the module. So after the labor market module and before the wealth module, all modules mentioned in the previous panel, nothing strange here. On an annual basis, all of the workers contribute compulsorily to the first pillar, public pillar, and also according to the employment category they belong to. And of course, this is considered on the basis of the specific approach. So we have, for instance, the contribution payment, and also according to the employment category. And then we have the evolution that takes place on an annual basis. And then every year, for instance, we have the age and the seniority requirements that step in order to, for instance, consider the pension requirements. And if you opt for the retirement, then of course the payment is issued, and the indexation is according to the pension amount. So the retirement choice. At the moment, this is deterministic in the sense that it is very much simplified, because all workers access retirement as soon as requirements are met. And well, the exception is those that, for instance, meet the criteria of the quota 100 and seniority for early workers, where the 75% probability is considered. And we have extended this assumption also to the workers that access seniority as early workers, because all the categories cannot sum up, for instance, pension-related income to work-related income. And the fact that individuals access retirement as soon as they can, well, this might seem acceptable at the moment. That is to say, And however, as the rules of the contributions come into play, we do expect that pensions on average decrease, and that we have a clear economic incentive to continue to work and to postpone retirement in order to increase the benefits and then the transformation benefits. Actually, in this case, the main item is that of solving on the one side you have the time spent in retirement, on the other side you have the level of the requirement. So actually this is a strong assumption in a sense. So far we talked about old age pensions. However, in TDIM, we've also simulated other items, this is a minimum for pensions, and also, for instance, inability pensions, like severe inability or total inability, or the survivor pensions. I will not linger on these three items, but of course, some steps forward need to be made with a view to depart from a model that only refers to pensions to a model that also considers, for instance, inequality and different types of social security contributions. Let us move on to the private scheme, and Michele Bavaro mentioned that in the previous panel. At a comparative level, of course, it is clear that in this case it is not compulsory, rather this depends on a choice made, and the rest of the module works the same way, in the same way as the public one. So on an annual basis, the potential scheme is considered, and when you access the retirement scheme, the indexation intervenes with a different system as compared to the public system. Let us now consider some preliminary results. So first of all, how the sample of retired or pensioners evolve. So for instance, he accesses retirement, and at the beginning of the simulation, the vast majority belonged to the mixed 2011. That is to say, those that moved to the schemes after the adoption of the Fornero law, as from 2012. Then, at the center of the simulation, there's a mixed 1995 which prevails. So after the Dini reform, so as from 1996, and then the vast majority are newly retired pension people, that is to say only the amount for the calculation of the scheme. But if we look at the stock of pensioners, so all of the pensioners, and not just those that access retirement at that age, then we see that half of pensioners have the amount entirely calculated with, for instance, the remuneration rule. And the vast majority, at least a portion of the scheme, is calculated to the remuneration rule, and that was, just to give you an idea, 1996, 2046, 2050, just to give you an idea in terms of projection. So if we move from the schemes to the channels, here we propose this distinction between old age and seniority approaches. So old age, the main requirement is age, of course, and in the seniority requirement is, of course, the period of contribution. And if you have old age 1 and old age 3, they are exclusively devoted to the, let's say, a mere and pure contribution approach. And then this is just for the pure contribution workers. And then quota 100, and this is among the seniority items, and this is valid for 2019, 2021. And in the non-simulated, we have APE and Opzione Donna. No simulation was made due to time constraints, and also because they are not the main channels to access retirement. And also for the opzione donna, women option, this depends on the option available because, of course, when workers have the opportunity to, for instance, get additional years, but up to 9 years, because from the 67 she may go up to 58 years, but she has to move on to the seniority approach and then to reduce the amount that she's going to get. And so all of those that meet the requirements choose to spend more time in retirement, well, that choice would be too strong in a sense. So we are constrained to introducing something when it comes to the choice of contribution before simulating such a channel. Then the evolution from the point of view of the channel. So at the beginning, and here we are in line with the findings of the IMSS report, the most commonly used criteria, those that refer to the seniority group, so well above half of them. And also, the seniority principles are difficult to meet because we know that the seniority principle in terms for these seniority channels is in line with life expectancy, as it happens with the age requirement. So this is difficult to achieve, despite of the Block 2 adjustment that came into force in 2019 and that will be in force up to 2026. So if we make a distinction by gender and we consider gender situation and group, early retirement, all of the seniority channels plus the old age one item, then, and this is what we saw before, then we see that women have more difficulties in meeting early retirement requirements, and this is based on our simulation. And of course, because they have more fragmented and shorter careers. This means, in terms of average age for retirement, that in 2019, both in TDIM and in the latest report, of course, the age is 64, but at the end of the simulation, according to the TDIM results, the average age for women is higher than men by nearly 1 year and 4 months. So how this translates in terms of average years spent in retirement? At the beginning of the simulation, the difference between men and women for this variable was slightly exceeding 5 years, but then at the end of the simulation, it was reduced to 5 years. This is despite of the life expectancy, but men and women, and despite of the fact that it's not converging. And this can have an impact on adequacy by considering at the welfare system the role of women traditionally in Italian households. And after increasing the variable we are analyzing, the effect of the adequacy and adjustment to life expectancy is starting to play a role, and we see that the dynamic is decreasing then. So let us have an overview of a series of indicators which are typical in terms of adequacy for pensions, and we look at the aggregate ratio. So between the median pension scheme between 65 and 74 years and gross median individual earnings from work 50 to 59 years of age. So in line with what we observed in the historical trends, the indicator increases slightly in the first years of the simulation and then it decreases and stabilizes above 65. But then there's a recovery when it comes to the data relating to women and an alignment around 2030. But if we look at the gender gap in pensions, in order to continue to talk about gender situations, which is, of course, the ratio between the average pension of women between 65 and 79 and the average pension between men and women, same age. Well, after 2030, there's a drop of the indicator from 36 at the beginning of the simulation up to 17% roughly. But then there's a minimum level and the indicator is not going down any longer. Then if we look at the results in terms of cohorts, then our simulations are not too extensive because 35 years of simulation only. So the cohorts have been arranged with a difference of, let's say, a limited number of years. So look at the average age. It increases by over 1 year. And the years of contribution on average decrease, and this is based for the assumption we made relating to the access of pensions as soon as possible, and also because the careers of young cohorts are more fragmented and not so continuous as the other ones, and the gross replacement rate drops in a constable way, and also this indicator, that is to say, the objective indicator that we developed, is a gross pension. Well, this decreases clearly during the simulation time, the simulation period. So here we see the distribution of the gross replacement rate that we saw in the previous slide, and we see it by periods of simulation. At the beginning, we had a replacement rate for nearly retired persons is distributed around 70%, and then everything moves towards the left-hand side. So at the end of the simulation, it's around 50. And of course, we assess the impact for private pensions. And here, if we consider the gross average replacement rate, during the simulation, the impact of private pensions was quite limited, and also steady over the time of the simulation, in consideration of the assumptions made, and specifically when it comes to the rates, which have to remain constant. And then if the impact on average of private pensions is limitedly relevant, and what remains in place is the inequality indicator. So, of course, you see in the chart, if we consider just, for instance, the public pension, we see that there's a decreasing trend because the contribution system reduces the average pension, and also it includes a number of characteristics based on which inequalities among pensioners are reduced, because it, of course, impacts on short careers and explosive careers. If you also consider the private pensions, then the pensions of the second and third pillar, and yet this is the dotted line, then the trend remains as a decreasing one, but different from the other one. And then we have the labor income as a point of reference and comparison. So if we consider always from the inequality point of view, the gender gap in pensions, well, here as well, private pensions have let's say, slowing down or breaking effect on gender equality, although by 3 to 4 percentage points. Then, having considered we tend to be late, I will not linger on the findings because actually the things I said so far are not key findings, but actually these are the main results. The caveats, actually. I already talked about the assumption based on which workers retire as soon as they meet the requirements and as soon as they're entitled to. And also, migrants do not have and do not carry over any pension rights eventually acquired, and they don't carry over anything, just a few individual variables to describe them. And of course, this is in line with the fact that return migration is not simulated. So this leads to an underestimation of the final pensions, because at least some of these migrant workers probably already has an import, a pension that can be imported from abroad. And then additional implementations and future implementations. Well, of course, the inclusion of a number of behavioral components in accessing pensions, And here it is possible to keep it simple, because in the past, for instance, workers considered the level of the replacement rate, and if such level, also in consideration of the requirements to access pensions, if this was lower or equal to the replacement rate at the aggregate replacement ratio at the beginning of the simulation, then of course the choice was in favor of pension and retirement. Whereas, alternatively, some additional considerations can be made on the level of the pension. Otherwise, it's important to include a more complex behavioral, let's say, approach. And always in line with what I said before, maybe it is the case to identify, find a way to give entitlements to migrants, but we have limited data, so we should be doing assumptions which are not actually so accurate. And we also talked about the involvement of, and with COVID. So we are certainly going to work on the enrichment of the private sub-module. And this was mentioned in panel 2, but for sure this is one of the aspects we will work upon also by the deadline of December 2021. This concludes my contribution, and I give the floor to Stefano. Okay, I hope you can see the presentation which I'm sharing. Thank you, Riccardo. And in the 20 minutes I have at my disposal, I'll tell you about the structure of the tax benefit module, and then all of the modules of TDIM, also because, of course, they are included in the tax benefit module. And of course, this is in order to check the entitlements. So the tax benefit module, which of course is presiding the part relating to consumption. So I'll try to provide you with some ideas about the sequence of the module. So in terms of taxes, and then also for transfers. And then I will describe the main institutions that and approaches we have simulated. So we start with the social insurance contributions, IVS. Disability, old age, and survivors' pensions, and non-IVS contributions. So, of course, this falls within the model presiding the wealth module. Then we move on to the other approaches, that is to say the proportional taxes, for a number of items that you see listed here in the slide, and also income that have to be simulated because, of course, we have a number of social security approaches that include these items, and these entitlements have become increasingly important. So think, for instance, about the increase in, for instance, rental income, for instance, subject to the so-called cedolare secca or productivity bonuses. And then also we have to consider that the private pensions and the capital income gains in the second and third pillars, well, they are included as well. Whereas those that avail themselves of the, for instance, lump sum approaches, well, they are simulated within the tax benefit module, and also thanks to the, for instance, likelihood approach that we derived from, for instance, the tax returns. And also we move on to the simulation of the income taxes, and I'd like to clarify in this connection that there are some items linked to the simulation of, for instance, deductions. For instance, the main ones and the most relevant ones also in aggregate terms are all simulated internally within the model, and therefore I'm talking about, for instance, the deductions of social security contributions, and also supplementary pensions, and so on and so forth. Whereas on the other side, when it comes to deductions, We find the deductions coming from a self-employed or employee activity. And also, for instance, we have a series of deductions that are entered according to the overall income class, subject to income tax. So I'll share with you some examples. That is to say, for instance, the payments to and donations to religious institutions, or the education expenses, or also in the expenses incurred for instance, a residential home refurbishment. And in this case as well, everything is done by using the probability equation that we derived from the 4 waves AD-silk linked to, for instance, tax deductions. So this is a rather common practice when it comes to the static simulation approach, that in this case we applied to a dynamic framework. Moving on to the simulation of, for instance, transfers, here I included the unemployment benefits from all of the other benefits, because of course they fall within this approach, but that comes before the income simulation as such. And if you look at the sequence with which we simulated all of the other transfers, then we have the 100 euros bonus, and of course the portion of the bonus which is granted for those that exceed 28,000 euros. And then we also find all of the pensions in terms of, for instance, disability allowance, and also the 14th month pension, and social allowance, and family allowance, and also the minimum income schemes, and also, for instance, the family allowances. Last but not least is the simulation of the minimum income schemes. So, of course, in 2017 we had the first one, and then the inclusion income in 2018, and then from 2019 onwards, the so-called citizenship, or let's say reddito di cittadinanza. I'd like to now make an analysis of some of the key assumptions of the tax benefit module by recalling that the ones I listed are not exhaustive relating to all of the assumptions we carried out. However, if you have any specific questions, and if time allows, I can certainly reply. But as from 2014, all of the tax benefit parameters, that is to say the thresholds used in the simulation of deductions, and also the thresholds used in checking compliance with some of the preconditions, were also the IPEF thresholds, as from 2024, of course, follow the nominal GDP growth. And of course, they either change or remain constant as it is provided for by the provisions in force. And also the recipients of specific incomes are referred to some, let's say, areas of the population by considering a total number, and this is derived from the administrative data for 2019, and these sources are listed here in the slide. So an important assumption is one linked to, for instance, the take-up rate. And in the first draft of the model, we consider a full take-up rate. That is to say, all those that meet conditions for take-up will do that, and we get it. And of course, this coincides with the real beneficiaries. And after considering this first part, when we outline the main structure of the tax benefit module, I'd like to move on to the comment on some preliminary results. And I will focus on the redistribution effect, and also the income through the OECD modified equivalent scale, and also the income definitions that results are based upon, and which include the first one, that is to say, market income plus pensions. And then we also, for instance, need to add the market income plus pensions plus benefits, and then we deduct taxes by getting the income and available or disposable income. The disposable income. And of course, we have a difference between the Gini index for market income plus pensions and the Gini income for market income plus pensions plus benefits equals the redistribution effect of benefits, whereas the difference between the Gini index and the one in orange and the one in blue, well, this represents of course, the final effect minus taxes. If you look at the chart at the center, which is true for all individuals, we see how the effect of benefits increases to the detriment of the effect of taxes. And this is mainly true for those that are aged over 65, where we see an explosion in the inequality of market income that apparently slows down in 2035. So this explosion in the Gini index of equivalized income among the over 65ers is slowed down by, for instance, the social allowance that I will mention later. And also, if you look at the blue distribution, that is to say, the Gini income for market income plus pensions plus social allowance and integrations, then you see how the trend seems to change as from 2030, whereas the trend continues to increase for the Gini index relating to, for instance, market income plus pensions. And as regards, conversely, the growth of the Gini index and also market income and pensions for 2030, well, this increase might be explained, in a sense, through an increase in the number of areas of distribution. In fact, they all include zeros, because a growing number of individuals, for instance, might not meet the requirements needed, and a remarkable portion of individuals from 2020 and 2030 fall within the mixed system, so they are not retiring unless they have 20 years of seniority and contributions. So let us now disassemble the progressivity effect and average tax rate, and which is clear in this type of analysis. So how to read and interpret this chart? As the progressive effect decreases, the progressivity of benefits increases. Hence, a higher portion of benefits is allocated to those in need, whereas as the average tax rate decreases, the amount of benefits received on average increases. And if we focus on the central chart, we see both the progressivity effect in here, you see, and also the average tax rate in orange. So they are both led by what happens with the 65ers, where the impact on benefits doubles, and the progressivity effect goes from minus 0.8 to minus 0.9. And if we consider the same situation when it comes to the tax side, the progressivity effect and the average tax rate have to be read the opposite way. So as the progressivity decreases, the progressivity of taxes decreases as well, and so the opposite as before happens. And if we consider all of the individuals, so the central chart, we see that there's a decrease in the average tax rate, mainly led by the decrease in the number of the tax rate for the over 65ers. And this is a substantial imbalance in the progressivity of taxes. And in fact, although this imbalance is the result of two opposite approaches and curves, because of course the progressivity of taxes increases for the 40 to 65ers and decreases for those aged up to 18. So actually this chart shows and suggests an increase in the selectivity rate of the tax system, because a higher portion and rate of the taxes impacts on 18 to 64 age brackets, and this is linked to the selectivity of IRPEF, which is often blamed for being too selective, that is to say the employed people and retired people. And a further increase in the selectivity to the detriment of employed workers might also depend on the reduction of the average amount of pensions with the full enforcement of the contribution approach that will lead to a growing number of pensioners that are entitled to less deductions. So in this chart, we see the percentage of benefits and taxes on the equivalized disposable income by decile, in line with what we said so far. On the right-hand side chart, you see, for instance, the 2050 tax benefit system, especially for the deciles from the 2nd to the 5th. And at the same time, we do observe a rather generalized decrease in the amount of taxes paid, and this result increases in tax benefits, but rather reflects also the aging of population. And in fact, if we look at the number of, for instance, recipients of selected benefits out of the total of population, for instance, the T2, for instance, social pensions and disability allowances and pension integrations, well, in this case, the increase that we see in the number of recipients is explained thanks to the increase in the portion of old population that is the main beneficiary of this type of benefits. And also, another important thing to say is the reduction in the number of beneficiaries or recipients based on, for instance, family allowances and, for instance, those that receive the citizenship income. So this may be partly explained by the sequence-based approach of the model, or also by the assumptions in terms of growth of the economy. And if we move on to the S80, S20 of equivalized disposable income by age group, which is quite common in statistics, then what must be stressed, in my opinion, is that it seems that the differential is quite marked by age groups, whereas the situation is different if you consider distribution of the population by gender, and also the Gini income, and also there's an overview of preliminary results by showing to you the rate divided by age brackets and gender brackets, and in this case, of course, as to the interquartile ratio, there's a gender differential, and of course, women risk to be in a situation of poverty much more than men, whereas the risks of poverty decrease according to the age brackets, and the increase in the risk of poverty for the over 65ers is in line with the results I've showed to you before relating to the Gini index for the disposable equivalent. So this slide, well, I can skip it, and I move on to the future implementations. So the main intention is to further enrich the tax benefit form and module, with the housing taxation and the VAT and the mother bonus and the newborn bonus. So these are benefits that we are not simulating at the moment, but which we may include in our modules. And also the take-up rates. And also it is important to understand whether the take-up rates have to be somehow interrelated, as there can be some individual characteristics or family characteristics that can be observed and which lead individuals to ask for measures instead of other measures. And also the tax benefit module is the one that better suits the simulation in terms of alternative scenarios, and also the definition of policy scenarios. Well, it's going to be tackled later, and that concludes my contribution. Thank you.
So, great, we are on time. I don't think we need to recap because the presentation was very consistent. And I would like to give the floor again to our speaker, starting with Professor Figari with his presentation. Hello, here I am. You can see my slides, I think. I will begin by saying that I will focus on the tax benefit module. Then my colleagues, particularly Carlo Mazzaferro, is going to focus on the pension module. So what can I say? Well, I can begin by expressing my appreciation for what was done and what was illustrated today. No doubt a method that cannot but be commended because of its richness. I wish to be perhaps provocative, but in a positive way. When I say, as some of you already said, such as Paola Ciari, microsimulation, well, the devil is in the details. So I want to be provocative in the sense that I'm not fully convinced that the one-fits-all model is always the winning model. What do I mean by this? Well, no doubt TDIM is a very rich model. And in the presentations I looked at, the slides and today's presentations, you have said very clearly that what was presented today is an important result, but is also a starting point. So your goal is to include direct, indirect taxes or taxes on property, many other aspects which are all important. But as far as my experience is concerned, is essential when you build an infrastructure that is so big and also that is so intensive in terms of resources. Well, when you do that, you have to have very clear in mind what is your research goal. It can be academic research, it can be research focused on policy scenarios, but keeping the goal in mind is essential, because then a good model is what comes out of the model itself. Otherwise, I think that there's a risk of spending a lot of energy in setting up an infrastructure that when we use it is already old-fashioned, or when we start using it, we realize that some important aspects are missing. There may be details, but still essential ones for that specific type of application. So when I say that I'm not really fully convinced that the one-fits-all model is the best, it's because when we think about the objective of one of its applications, we think, for instance, about future pension adequacy that you spoke about, or the distribution of household incomes now and in the future. Well, these two aspects or processes are not opposing with one another. Actually, one is the consequence of the other. But then the modeling of these processes may, to some extent, need some different ingredients or different processing. And I'm referring to things that were said this morning. What was interesting was the module for correcting the incomes of self-employed workers based on IMSS data banks and tax return data. But there's an aspect here. If you're interested in distributing household income, then in a context such as the one we have in Italy, we cannot but consider tax evasion. A tax evasion that we know is by definition difficult to treat, but survey information or information from more than one survey can be helpful in addressing this issue. Another aspect, which in my opinion is still related to this idea, so understanding our goal to then understand what tools is the most appropriate to deal with it, is related to the topic of the weights, reweighting, calibration, alignments. And in this sense, I share the interest that was expressed today, because a lot of discussions were focused on reweighting, how to deal with it. But I think that reweighting is really an essential aspect, which in scientific debate is one of the reasons why microsimulation models and the studies based on these models are sometimes accused to be models that are produced and self-fed as black boxes you cannot really take a look at. And this sort of undermines the reliability and the credibility of these models. So this brings me to a conclusion which is essential, which is that of validation and internal and external validity, and we can of course debate what expressions we want to use. I think that validation is essential. When we speak about a model which is so complex as TDIM is, this validation must concern processes and transitions that have been simulated over time in the various modules. And in this sense, I fully agree with what was said this morning, I think by Giovanni Gallo, the idea of saying, well, starting from year zero, which is the beginning of the available data, what is the validation that comes out of the simulations for the years in which we do have some real observations? So we can start from year zero up until the present time. If we had started then, how much this model would have allowed us to make correct the right predictions. So we need to validate processes, but also instruments, and particularly what was simulated by the tax benefit module. So this is a message which is not in the slides because, of course, it's something that I sort of developed based on what I heard up until now. In the slides that I'm going to briefly illustrate, since time is running, well, the caveat is that I prepared these slides based on the slides that I was sent myself, so I apologize if some of my comments are not relevant, because perhaps they've already been clarified by the speakers. So the model resorts to a huge amount of data, and of course this represents an advantage. And that is why in this connection, I think that what is going to be essential is that the accompanying documentation is totally clear in terms of the information used, what variables from what sources. Samples are clearly spelled out, starting and output, and then assumptions and reweighting. And this in order to sort of try and prevent possible criticism that readers may raise. As far as variables are concerned, so information, survey data that are linked to fiscal, to tax codes, administrative data. So if you are familiar with the availability of administrative data, you mustn't be surprised that tax returns were only used for 4 years, not for all years. But all these aspects, I think, should not be taken for granted. Otherwise, we risk undermining what I was just saying. So when we quote the statistical matching of the SHIY, I'm not so sure to what extent the longitudinal element of this study is actually used in order to estimate behaviors in a wealth module or others. As far as some other aspects are concerned, I think they were clarified by presentations. I read that some detractions and deductions had been entirely taken from administrative data. And I was a little bit taken aback, but then it was clarified that this is not the case, at least as far as the main ones are concerned. So this is an essential aspect. As to income from self-employed work, so self-employment income, I think it's important to look at consequences in terms of tax evasion. Of course, if you take data from tax return, you take data that has been declared, but there is all the tax evasion that can lead to a distribution of the available income that is quite different. So in this sense, the validation that I was suggesting that should be carried out is a validation also of the results versus the actual survey, so versus the picture that comes out also directly from the survey. Because if we believe in the survey information, as I do and I assume you all do, it is from there that we get important information concerning the relative weights and distribution of evasion. And then, of course, we can agree or maybe disagree with the possible uses of surveys in order to have an estimate of evasion, but this is essential. So you cannot really not consider evaded income, because this would be problematic. As far as the sample is concerned, well, here I only have some suggestions that really do not imply that you have to do additional work because it was so comprehensive. But an aspect which is alternative perhaps, but not necessarily valid for the purposes of the dynamic model, could also be an alternative approach. So starting from a cross-sectional silk sample, this sample could or may be made longitudinal through observations that we get in the IMSS data bank and in tax return data. So this is the approach that we followed in cooperation with some colleagues from the Department of the Ministry of Finance. When starting from silk, we rebuilt the longitudinal component based on tax return data. Socio-demographic patterns are part of the sample referred to a specific period in time, but it is true that a number of transitions could be estimated based on reconstructed data based on tax returns and administrative data, with the advantage that this would provide a much broader sample compared with the longitudinal one. As to assumptions and reweightings, well, we say that reweighting is a common practice in microsimulation analysis. Yes, this is true, particularly as far as process dynamics is concerned. So process reweighting is important in transition processes when you cannot estimate things on individual data. They can be imputed to the model through reweighting. As far as I'm concerned, and also based on the practice of static microsimulation models that are used at the academic level rather than for policy analysis purposes, I think I can say not to calibrate results of simulations of the tax benefit model in terms of reweighting, nor in terms of pure calibration, because when we do reweighting and other speakers have said so, the risk we run is that in order to improve the representativeness in some dimensions, we end up by distorting others. And in addition, we run the risk of distorting what the distribution of income or some of its components versus the initial sample. And in this connection, and also Marco Di Marco is going to speak after me in this panel, so I'm not going to say anything concerning surveying, but I think I can safely say that in Italy we are very lucky because we have some samples that over time have been confirmed being well-made samples, and samples that can be used to make also analysis of the tax benefit type with results that are totally reliable and credible. So in this sense, I would look at reweighting at its impact on the static portion of the model. I would buy it, let's say, only if it were a necessary step for what comes beforehand in the model. So not for static microsimulation purposes. I would not adopt reweighting and calibration, also because we must not necessarily get to a result corresponding to that of external aggregated statistics. So in microsimulations, to respond to what-if analysis, it may be necessary to look at results in terms of absolute or relative variations compared with the starting point, not so much in the aggregate phase. As far as validation is concerned, well, I think it is very important, particularly for the baseline, so the base year comparison with external sources. And in this sense, what has to do with take-up and tax evasion is really important. As far as take-up is concerned, we will learn a lot from the study and the work conducted by Massimo Baldini in the Visiting program of 2020, if we want to also look at the take-up behavior of those who receive the recipient of the basic income, reddito di cittadinanza. As far as tax evasion is concerned, using survey and administrative data with some colleagues, we managed to get to an estimate based on a bottom-up approach using microdata, reaching the estimate of the tax evasion of self-employed workers. So these two aspects, but particularly tax evasion, are essential in order to arrive to a distribution of income that is actually very similar to the actual real distribution and that recorded with the survey. Validation, also concerning the original survey data, is very important, and two aspects which are important are the following. For instance, I'm not clear why in the various notions of income you also include cadastral income, because cadastral income is not really a replacement for the imputed rent, which is usually used in welfare analysis. And then another aspect that attracted my interest is the Gini index concerning pensions. I want to share with you these two charts. At the left, it seems that Gini decreases, while to the right, Gini seems to increase. The explanation after the last presentation by Stefano seems to me to be that the equivalent scale was used differently, in the sense that the right-hand chart is based on equivalent income, perhaps the one to the left isn't, and I would like a clarification for me to better understand. And I would like to conclude bringing forward some proposals. You made a great job, and I think it is important to then test things, but I'm not the one, of course, having to suggest it. So we should find the appropriate balance between the complexity of the model and its actual use for scientific and policy analysis purposes. Therefore, passing through the transparency of assumptions and implications, validation of results, and also through another aspect. Such a complex model, of course, requires resources, energy to be maintained and updated, because once it is used for policy-related analysis, then it has to be something. It's something that is necessary on a day-to-day day-by-day basis. So during the last round table, starting from specific scenarios and focusing on them, well, I think we could then use this to understand what developments are required in this model and what parts of this model should be used and sort of tested in order to see how they perform. I will stop here, and I hope I didn't take up more time than I was given. Thank you, Francesco Figari. Many of you said so many things. Well, as far as the Gini index is concerned, well, yes, actually, the figures are differences, magnitudes are differences. In the first, I was looking at gross pension without considering the zeros, because precisely we wanted to look at what happens in terms of effects in the variation of pension rules, whereas Stefano was showing equivalent income, considering zeros, and then he was considering people over 65, whereas I was looking at people who receive occupational pension. So two different types of data. I will not focus on the various questions, but I think that this model has to be given a specific line of research. This is something I totally agree with, and it's also useful for the purposes of our roundtable. Now I'm going to give the floor to Marco Di Marco. Good evening, and thank you for introducing me and for inviting me to participate in this important workshop, because I think that at this stage, this model really shows huge potential. And my opinion is that this model should also be set against policy issues that lie before us, in the sense that for every policy issue that we have looked at, we should understand if the techniques we are using will produce an original output or not. So today we have a great concern, which is related to the fact that people's jobs are increasingly intermittent. So we are going to have future pensioners who are going to have had occupational careers that are very fragmented. So does the MOSPI system consider all these interruptions, people that come and go from the labor market? There are interruptions in contributions, and how is it going to consider these aspects? So to what extent the actual functioning of the labor market is modeled, or the employment rate for the coming 20 years, is it considered as an exogenous scenario data, or is it part of this model? And again, what about birth rates? What is going to be the impact? No doubt is one of the factors that is going to have an impact on the future labor market in 20, 25 years from now. We are going to have cohorts that are going to be smaller and smaller cohorts of workers. So the MOSPI model is it going to make forecasts that are based on certain data, or is it going to consider, for instance, the fact that households where couples don't have children, why this happens, or the issue of retirement age. Well, in that case, in principle, we perhaps need to know at what age people would retire if they were, free to choose. Well, we cannot do that. One of the ways consists in having them interact with the data builders. So the Silk survey or database may include such questions. Do you think you can interact with Silk and ask them to introduce such questions? So if you had sort of to consider requests, what are the most urgent based on the database you have? What improvements can be introduced in this database that could be useful? And another essential issue is the adequacy, responsiveness to the needs of the elderly. So the risk of poverty up until today was estimated. So at risk of poverty is what we have calculated so far, but we also need to consider an absolute risk of poverty, considering that the basket of elderly people is different compared with that of young people. And that in part, particularly in the last years of one's life, there is a chance of people ending up in long-term care institutes. So a very steep increase in daily expenses for the elderly, particularly those above 80 or 90 years of age. So these are the aspects I'm curious about in terms of the strategies adopted, and I would like to know what are the main policy issues, according to you, that could be addressed by resorting to this model. Thank you. Thank you for your questions. And here too, I would like to attempt providing some answers, then asking Stefano if he wishes to add something. First of all, as far as intermittent careers are concerned, well, the MOSPI line consists precisely in identifying people with intermittent careers and deal with the future of work issue, so innovative occupational forms. And within the model, the TD model, employment rate is in line, but the probability of working is assigned to individuals based on the estimates that we make based on our data set. So there are going to be individuals who have features so that they are more at risk of losing their job, and this from a year-on-year basis, but also the months worked throughout the year are attributed. So maybe there's a student with a closed-end contract who's only going to work for a few months. So what do we do with this? In the past, within TDIM, but this can be done at any time, we simulated different types of legislations in terms of unemployment benefits. So in the previous version, we had a pre-Fornero labor reform regulation, then the post-Fornero, and then the current one with the Jobs Acts. And within the model, because we had in situations of individuals who lose their job more frequently within the same year, they work 9 years, then 3 months, then 9 years, then 3 months off. And I'm thinking about the precarious worker in the public administration. By testing the several types of schemes, we had a chance to see what type of a system would better cover these needs or these situations. So this is an old exercise, but we can carry it out again. Perhaps replacing NASPI, not perhaps with the Fornero, but with a new proposal for an alternative system. And as far as the recourse to policies, I don't want to take up any time from the roundtable, because precisely this is more related to the final users, well, the ministry in its various departments, and we as developers, we tend to focus more on technical aspects. I'm giving the floor to Stefano. I don't want to monopolize the floor to see if he wants to add anything else. And then I will give the floor to Professor Mazzaferro. Thank you, Riccardo. Well, I will try and give some answers to some of the issues that Professor Figge raised, and I thank him because he gave us great food for thought. And I entirely agree the need for making a greater effort on the topic of tax evasion, and also in connection with the need for being a bit clear in the on the topic of validation, internal and external validation. But I want to stress something concerning reweighting. In fact, we do not calibrate the results of the simulation of year one. All marginal distributions for which we calibrate are inputs from the base year. This is something I wanted to underscore. As to the inclusion of cadastral income, we were asked why. Well, we included it because I wasn't aware of the fact that cadastral income is not imputed rent. So thank you for this consideration. As far as differences are concerned in the chart concerning revenue income, Riccardo answered. I include zeros, whereas Riccardo doesn't also consider equivalent income. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Carlo Mazzaferro.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to share my presentation. Just use the button at the center. I may share it if you wish. If nothing has changed. No, I changed my presentation. I'll send it to you via email then, and then you may share it. Okay. Just a second. So, I fully share many remarks made by Francesca, and on the one side, it is quite impressive to see the number of data and the quantity of information within this model. But I wonder, and in this connection, I like to limit my analysis to the aspects linked to the pension system. I wonder what type of model, or better, how to include TDIM within the models estimating long-term pensions in order to understand what can be done through this model. So in this connection, by also referring to what I said in my slides, which hopefully you're going to share, by making a general classification. There are three types of models that can be used in order to assess long-term effects of a pension system. And each one of these models has pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages, and better suits to assess a few things and less to assess other things. So, of course, there are models that can be, for instance, reflected in an Excel form, like representative individuals. So, for instance, work for several years and everything is linear. So this type of approach and setup allows to develop several types of indicators, and it has the advantage of making the comparability more immediate. So if I want to compare a system before and after a reform, or if I want to compare the suitability or adequacy of the Italian pension system versus the French one, just to make an example, then at the beginning I may use this type of model, these schemes, right, which have the advantage that are easy to develop, easy to discuss, and only measure the initial effects of a reform, but have no heterogeneity and no macroeconomic base, in the sense that the macroeconomic hypotheses relating to, for instance, the information to determine pensions are not there. Then there's a second type of model, which is a cell-based model. And in this case, well, they start from the averages, and they are characterized, at least from my point of view, by a number of approaches, and they try to shape the supply side, or at least they have an aggregate production function which does not exist in the microsimulation and in the representative models. So what are these models for? They are useful when you want to test as financial sustainability of a pension system, and also the ratio between the pension expenditure and the GDP. So when you want to check the aggregate cost in the medium to long term, against disadvantage coming from the idea that there is an aggregate production that generates this approach. But these models, however, have no heterogeneity when it comes to the population. So when there's the attempt to assess the distribution approach, they have to develop a sort of representative cohort of individuals. So all of the comparisons, so either intergenerational and intergenerational comparisons, are quite limited. And the last group of models, that is to say, the one within which we have the TDIM, includes a major point of strength, that is to say, the possibility to assess the redistribution aspects that have to be interpreted, and of course this is an aspect which surprised me quite extensively, both in terms of intra-generational analysis. That is, say, I take individuals from the same cohort and see what happens there, and intergenerational analysis. That is to say, I compare individuals and cohorts that have different ages. So this is the point of strength, but as it happens with the two other types of models, they have a weak point. The weak point, in my opinion, is that they have actually no supply side, and they depend on alignments. There is the external information which may keep the medium to long-term dynamics and, however, this is a rather, let's say, strong position, and in the final analysis, these are models that are difficult to use when you want to make comparisons. I don't know whether my slides are being shown. No, we are actually displaying them. Okay, next slide then. Okay, TDIM belongs to the third group of models. And some steps forward were made because the model is quite steady and stable. And there's a complex system, to some extent too much complex, I would say. But the general impression I had, also on the basis of the slides, and I believe that the final report is even deeper, but my impression is that, as a matter of fact, there's no attempt to entirely exploit the potential of the model. What does it mean to exploit the potential of such a complex model? It means that you have to be aware, and this is the case, that the results from the microsimulation mainly depend on two things, that is to say, on a large number of hypotheses and also a broad quantity of data sets. The fundamental aspect then is to try and understand how it is possible to live with this complexity. And also, in my opinion, this is very much important when results are presented. So complex models that require the presentation of a set of indicators. And therefore, we need to understand what are the results depending upon whether this is an indicator or if they depend on the data set that generated that particular situation. So, in my opinion, it is important to use on the one side a broad set of indicators, and to do so, and I believe that in the final report that will be included, and to have an extensive debate on the options, because this is a probabilistic approach, and here I refer to something that researchers take care of. I would very much focus on the analysis of the hypotheses that lead to the determination of the likelihood of transition, because this is based on a probabilistic approach. So please allow me this difficult attempt to put together behavioral rules. Well, this is something that I do not fully share. I do understand that having a behavioral rule is important when it comes to a general economic balance, because that is important to, for instance, define the consumer choice. And but in essence, this model seems to me that in its evolution is led by, let's say, probabilistic transitions. So I would be less worried about including a behavioral approach within a model that is a probabilistic one. So I'm quite provocative, if I may. You are more interested in producing academic papers, and therefore this becomes important. And if the goal of this goal is a policy one, then probably the behavioral aspect can be replaced by a scenario analysis. Let's move on to the next slide. In the rest of the presentation, though, I wanted to focus on two indicators, the two main indicators. There's an aspect which is not particularly clear to me. And actually, there's a continuous decrease up to, let's say, reaching 50% in 2050. And it is as if in 2015 up to 2025, the old pension system is still accruing, and seniority retirement is increasing as well. And what I expected is, as it happens in the dynamic between the average pension, average wage, well, that there was a sort of increase in the replacement rate, and then, of course, a reduction rate. And this is the first item that you may just deepen afterwards. The other important aspect, the gross replacement rate is a non-complete approach, because it is a single period approach. And for instance, the GDP on the one side, an increase in wages on the other side, and then the seniority at retirement age. So it is important to try and separate these effects and these factors, and to understand which one is impacting on the rate. Otherwise, if it is put then as a monolith, it is not helping to understand whether in the future the Italian pension system is going to be suitable or not. So since you have this information, you may also exploit the information on the rest of the income, hence developing, let's say, household-related approaches, or those that take into account, for instance, wealth and the gross rate for some categories and not for the entire population. And another interesting aspect, if we wish to use the replacement rate, is to try and measure the ratio between the amount of the pension of an individual and also in some benchmark indicators like the average pension, average remuneration in not only in the first year of retirement, but also in the subsequent years. And this is important in a system as the Italian one, which is an indexation approach which is absolutely limited. And another aspect I'd like to submit to your attention is to try and split the population by percentiles, and also analyze how the replacement rate changes in income distribution. So it is like saying that the replacement rate is not a particularly useful indicator. Then, well, this is somehow clear through this slide, where the rate is calculated by considering, for instance, the seniority and the retirement age. And if I make a sensitivity analysis and see what happens, for instance, if the growth rate changes within the wage, or if the GDP changes, which is implicit in the pension system. But you see here that, for instance, the lowest value is 47.7, and of course, sensitivity analysis as regards this information would be useful. And in any case, in my opinion, we need to be aware of the fact that the replacement rate is an easy indicator to describe or to comment upon, but it's not complete. So it has to be cited by a set of indicators that help to provide a thorough description of what happens, although we only intend to look at the adequacy of the system. Next slide. Here I have a chart describing the rate, and you see the values, past values taken from research I carried out in the last few years. And what is interesting here is to, for instance, present the distribution of replacement rates, workers retired, through averages. So if you have the entire distribution, this is what we can do. Next slide, please. Okay, the progressivity of the pension formula. So if I arrange the population by income centiles, then I can study, for instance, the progressive situation related to a formula. If I see that the replacement rate for the bottom of income distribution is higher, then I understand that probably some forms of redistribution are included. And what you see here in this slide mainly depends on the fact that here we have several several pensions. And what I expect is that through the NDC approach, we have a proportionality. But this is something we need to check. Then another thing we can do is, for instance, to consider the replacement rate only for those that retire the same age and for different levels of income. So this is another way for checking the intergenerational redistribution of a pension system. Of course, this is a retrospective data, but nothing prevents us from using this form of analysis and also the related model, which of course has the same heterogeneity we have in an administrative panel. Next slide, please. Another aspect, which in my opinion is very much interesting, that should be assessed and considered, and which has to be related to the Gini analysis, well, the indexation and the distribution of pensions shows that if I have a ratio between a pension paid today, when you see in zero, and one paid several years ago, up to 30 years ago, then with the passing of time, the new pensions versus the old ones, and which are paid in the same year, have different amounts. And this depends on two factors, that is to say, the previous growth, which falls within the amount of the pension, and the way in which pensions, the existing pensions, were indexed. So these two aspects, and next slide, become fundamental in the moment in which we analyze Gini. For instance, when it comes to pensions, we put together pensions paid in different years. And of course, they have to take into account different situations. So there's one aspect which is very much interesting, that is to say, try and separate the impact of the indexation from the fact that the new pensions have a higher amount. And also, as to Gini, is the fact that in the slide you presented, Gini, when it comes to incomes, is lower than Gini on pensions. This is quite surprising, because as a principle, Gini should be lower. A few years earlier, so in my opinion, this is a methodological approach that is suitable to see. When we measure Gini with pensions paid in 1 year, and then we calculate the Gini related to the incomes, then we have an impact on the specific pensions paid. The very last aspect that surprised me, and maybe in the final report there's additional information in this connection, and which allows me to refer to the fact of using the model for what the model is able to do, is that you have not fully explored the time-related aspect of the model. That is to say, if you, for instance, include new populations, you have a panel where you may study, for instance, pensions in a given year, but you may also consider the situation of individuals in their life cycle. And from this viewpoint, a pension system is a system that, from the distribution standpoint, has to be measured also with a time frame. that actually varies. So actually, why aren't we using this dimension by using things like, for instance, the net present value ratio or the internal rate of return or the lifetime tax rate? So information is there. So what are these indicators for? They have to measure, for instance, the intergenerational distribution of resources, and what is the implicit tax that future generations pay. Well, it's the present value ratio that allows me to say it. And on the other side, since a pension system in the long term is equal, then when it's one, then I have a clear situation relating to the financial situation, and then I can understand what are the pension liabilities and also how they relate to the contribution activities. And then my final slide, this one. By calculating the net present value ratio, all the individuals that retired from 1995 and 2019, almost all the population analyzed as a value ratio higher than 1, and then in terms of sustainability of the pension system, that was not the case. So these analyses, in my opinion, and also in terms of future perspectives, may help to provide a thorough vision and view of the distribution situation of the various reforms implemented. I stop here, and I apologize if I was too long. Thank you.
So, I will try to conclude in just 3 minutes. We are almost on time. I just wanted to specify that the final report is still far away, in the sense that this is an intermediate workshop. So I think that the final report is going to be issued in January 2022. So that is why the results that we are showing you now are still being validated, and they're not even they haven't been really explored in terms of indicators. So we, of course, want to take as much advice as possible in order to include all these comments, particularly the most financial related comments. We want to introduce sometimes we think more about theoretical models, but of course you can do that as well with actual simulations. I agree with the limitations of the replacement rate as an indicator. As far as result is concerned in terms of decrease in growth, well, the expectations you had about replacement rate is what we look at with the aggregate replacement ratio, and the comments made are more in line with the actual result that we have in terms of aggregate replacement ratio. So the new pensioners that arrive are better off than the old ones, and so they raise the mean value. And I am happy to see that this value is actually in line with your observations. Of course, the replacement rate has got limitations, and we did try to limit its role to a comparative aspect. So what is the role of private pensions? We look at replacement rates mainly for that. And then we thought of adding these objective indicators, so the relationship between the first pension and the integration to the minimum. But we focus on the first, the main pension, and also because we implement indexation, and there too we could have policy scenarios within different indexes. It would be interesting to look at what happens, because indexation, as it is implemented in the Italian system, has an equalizing effect on pensions as we move on over time, because 100% indexation is recognized to less well-off pensioners. As I think I have touched on the main things I wanted to say, so I thank you warmly for your food for thought. I don't know if Stefano wishes to add something, because we've got 10 minutes. No, actually not. Well, we love you for this. Okay, so we can conclude this third technical panel. Thank you, discussants, for your contributions. It would be good also to get in touch later on to see how the model is developing, and then on the occasion of the last conference. I want to give the floor back to Irene to launch the fourth and last panel. So, we now move on to the round table, which is going to end this intense day. So I'm not going to take up any more time, and I'm going to give the floor right away to Ottavio, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, thank you. I give it back to Riccardo for a moment. I was disconnected for a moment. Perhaps Riccardo wanted to recap the first 3 sessions. Is that what you wanted to do? Yes, I haven't done that yet, so I think I can do that now. I'm going to take up 2 to 3 minutes also to allow people to get back into the meeting, or those who were unable to follow the entire workshop. So, to start with, Riccardo Barbieri, Sebastiano Fata, and Giuseppe Ciccaroni reminded us about the meaning of the MOSPI project, so the need for delving deeper into the analysis of the Italian social security system based on demographic change, evolutions in the labor market, and also the economic and health crisis that is ongoing. So this analysis had to be deepened in order to consider the current policies, considering different sensitive scenarios, and also to propose new policies. And so a roundtable, which follows, is going to play an important role. We presented the TD model in the first panel, its history and structure. We described micro data coming from IMSS, ISTAT, Finance Department, the SHIY survey. We looked at the structure of the model, then we focused on the migration model, and then we looked at 2 technical aspects concerning reweighting and the use of information coming from tax returns in order to correct IMSS information data on the income of self-employed workers. Discussants helped us place our model in the international scenario, and then looked at aspects concerning alignment and calibration of the sample. In the second panel, we started from the labor markets, and we first looked at our micro data sets, what they tell us in terms of dynamics within the labor market. Then we looked at the modeling of the labor market within TDIM in terms of transitions among different occupational status and income salary dynamics. And we looked at the differences that come up in the case of pensioners, workers, student workers, gender differences, immigrants and their occupational status. Then we looked at the wealth module, which is the main innovative aspect in terms of the modules included in TDIM. We said that also house wealth is considered, and in this case we referred to the Department of Finance cadastral data. And then we looked at financial wealth. This was mostly based on SHIW, and also we looked at the relationship with COVID. And the third panel, we just heard about the third panel, we spoke about the pension model, the tax benefit model. We looked at the structure, we looked at the main results. And I don't think I have to add anything else, but what has come up from the discussion in the third panel was the importance, on the one hand, to delve deeper into the topic of validation. So we are actually implementing it. And also the need for clearly identifying the research model, or the research goals of this model. We have looked at technical aspects, but we are now giving the round table the task of proposing future developments for this model. So I hope this is going to facilitate the debate, and I'm giving the floor to the round table. Thank you, Riccardo. This session is mainly devoted to simulations concerning policies, but not limited to them. But the discussants can feel free to also get back to any of the aspects that were dealt with during the previous 3 panels in order to provide additional food for thought or discussions. And this because perhaps some simulations, which are potentially very interesting, may be carried out only if we made additional changes or improvements to the model. At any rate, with reference to simulations, I I would like to focus again on the fact that even though there are gray areas, there are mainly three of them. So simulations for validating the model, which are useful to develop the model, look at its properties, and identifying the baseline. Simulations of sensitivity simulations, where you can see how simulations can react when basic hypothesis change of the demographic type, productivity growth, and also these simulations really are a first way to put the model under stress, under pressure, and see how it can react. We spoke about stock return, for instance, which is a constant over time, rather high ones, and we said that there are no risks, no differences among the individuals, but there is also a macroeconomic risk component. So we could hypothesize that in 2025 there may be such a shock that there is a fall in of the stock exchange, drop in financial wealth. The point is that in this case we need a connection with a macroeconomic model that can explain how many other variables would react, underlying variables. Otherwise it would really be meaningless, in the sense that from an economic standpoint it would be meaningless to have such a simulation. And then there are also policy simulations in which, and the speaker apologizes, I get back to these sensitivity simulations. For instance, we can see how the various systems respond depending on a number of control variables. So if there is a crash in the stock exchange, then we can look at how the Gini coefficient is redistributed in such a scenario. Now, as to policy simulations, well, we can perhaps carry them out by, for instance, altering the institutes that were modeled within the model. To make an example, for instance, we look at the parameters based on which the minimum income is developed or processed, or we alter the behavior of one variable which has an impact on the model's results. We were speaking about financial education, literacy. So if we increase financial literacy, then what would happen? So variables, hypothetical variables that we could vary over time for a given reason. The second part of my contribution, which is not going to take up anybody's time because Mr. Barbieri, unfortunately, is going to be in a meeting, I think, with the minister, so he's not going to participate, and therefore I'm using part of his time. So I want to get back to something that he mentioned. In other words, he was speaking about various development directions for this model based on main guidelines. We were already thinking of improving some aspects concerning, for instance, retirement choices by introducing an element of choice, whether to retire before or afterwards, and further improving, let's say, choices concerning how to allocate the wealth of households. And secondly, we can also assume or think about not just improvements, but also we could also reconsider the demographic module, and we may focus on processes concerning disability or morbidity or related to conditions that lead to disability, and many other aspects that can have an impact on the projections we make. And last but not least, there is also a much more long-term scenario for 0.05.0, and therefore further expand the dimension of social protection, and this time on the side of the services offered by the public administrations. So look at the healthcare sector, but not limited to it. For instance, childcare and many other aspects. It could be interesting to develop models on them, looking also at the interaction with the models that we already have in our directorate, but also looking at other institutions and other departments at the Ministry of Finance. I would like now to give the floor to our discussants, whom I'm going to briefly introduce. I just wanted to remind everyone that we are also interested in suggestions in written form that you may wish to give us. So all participants are invited to give their contribution. Also, in terms of suggestions, you can, send them via email in the future if you want. So the discussants are Michele Raitano, whom you have already met because he moderated one of the sessions. He is, among other things, an expert in the welfare sector and also on the topic of inequality. Then we have institutional representatives, but this is not, of course, to be intended as a criticism, but for instance, Maria Teresa Monteduro, who works for the Department of Finance. She is, I think, in charge of research, and I apologize if I am mistaken. Then there is Marco Cacciotti, State General Accounting Department, who has already taken the floor and who studies pension-related aspects, is responsible for that, or long-term analysis concerning pensions. Mr. Dr. Ambrogio Rinaldi, whom I wish to thank once again for his cooperation. He is a member of COVIP, and Professor Daniele Cecchi from the University of Milan, who, among other things, deals with labor market, but he has also studied aspects related to education. I think that Professor Cecchi, asked for the floor, and I would like to grant it to him, and then we will have the other discussants take the floor according to our agenda. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to hearing your observations. I didn't ask to speak first. I just said that I'm going to leave at 5:15. So as a chair, you are going to be very strict. We can, simply keep to the order that you have on your agenda. Oh no, we don't want to run that risk. No, I am the one who changed the order precisely to make sure that your contribution, would be left out in case you had to leave. Well, I wish to thank you because today I learned so many things, and can I simply share a quotation, a quote? I don't know if you can actually see my computer, my screen on. Yes, we can see your screen. So this is to tell you that the starting point for me was this. This is what I highlighted. This is the noble speech of Sir Richard Stone, 1986. And this is more or less the level of knowledge that I had in terms of my background before I listened to today's discussion. And this is to say that I've learned so many things today. And maybe some of the comments I'm going to be making maybe an overlap, so please be lenient with me. And the first thing that I was particularly interested in, and that which also worried me a little, was the issue of transition in the labor market, so that employment probability, which you have been estimating, in which there are some demographic features, but there is no market signal. So we can believe in neoclassical economics or not, but a useful instrument that I would have expected to see illustrated in this model was the elasticity of labor supply as related to salary. Also because this is one of the greatest feedbacks when we look at the issue of distribution. People replace the fall in salaries with more worked hours or less worked hours, and then men do something while women do other things. This, at the heterogeneous dimension, I think is important if we want to make distribution analysis. From what Carlo Mazzaferro said, well, what I've gathered is that these models are not closed, so there is no equation in the sense that establishes a variable that somehow acts in retrospect on the choices of individuals. But this is particularly important when we want to use this tool not just to make long-term projections, but also to analyze some policies. And some policy, by this I don't mean that we just change the parameters of the marginal rate or that we define an audience. By some policies, I also mean that we are extending or shrinking the retirement age, reducing the retirement age. And unless we've got market shutdowns or closures, this can, in my opinion, to a certain extent reduce the reliability of our forecasts. Another example concerning, for instance, training or educational choices, there is a deterministic model that replicates the generation of the parents on the generation of the children. Well, I fully understand, and no doubt 30–40% of variance can be explained well, in this type of choices depend on your family of origin, but one thing is analyze a cross-section. Another is keeping this as a model for training choices for the next 30 years. I simply do not believe in it, or at least I would ask that even assuming that Italy remains socially stable for 30 years, at least a retroactive effect in which the return of human capital is determined endogenously by the model seems to me to be a useful deepening. And likewise, I don't believe that people are going to choose a partner in a deterministic manner. So if we look over time at the correlation between the revenues of spouses, we've seen that there have been big changes. Of course, we have no idea how assortative mating is going to evolve, but this type of social behaviors taken as stable for 30 years, well, something that I am not so sure about. Also because to a certain extent, individuals react. So Luca's strict critic on the long period is de facto valid. Well, a second comment that was already made by a discussant, but I cannot remember who it was, the professor from Tor Vergata. Well, when there are deterministic transitions, and therefore probabilities for changing one's state or status. If you include some noise, it's not always the same people who make the object of a transition. So if this is the case, well, these forecasts must have some standard errors in them or around them. So when I look at a substantive phenomenon, which is that of the dynamics of inequalities in richness or wealth, I have to understand if we are looking at the U-shaped Gini dynamics. Is this something I actually believe in, or is this a standard error that becomes so wide that it can, reach any point? So these are, reactions by a person who's not an expert, who has been listening to your contributions. Then, looking at the various contributions and after having taken a look at the slides, it seems to me that in the projections presented, there is a convincing overall picture. And this convincing overall picture is that Italy is facing a problem of growing inequality in favor of elderly people and to the detriment of young ones. This was said by the Bank of Italy a few years ago, but projections, I think, have been confirming quite evidently this type of picture. And so implicitly, the policymaker should be asked to provide an answer concerning how to carry out an intergenerational distribution in favor of the youngest generations. De facto, the private sector is implicitly carrying this task out by making transfers from parents to children, but this is unequal from a social standpoint. And that replacement rate, which was criticized by Carlo Mazzaferro, that goes from 80 to 50% over a 30-year period, well, it must contain a number of very strong assumptions to be able to show such a dynamic. But even though we took as a face value that type of dynamic, I wonder what is the effect I should be expecting, and set against this wealth that becomes more concentrated and the replacement wealth going down. I think there's a social issue that is going to erupt before 50 years have elapsed, because there are going to be huge inequalities within a population that is marked by different degrees of dependence on a production base which is shrinking. And as a consequence, at least in the narrative of this report, I would highlight, underscore this direction in terms of analysis, because on the one hand, we take stock of what is told in the various parts, and on the other, because it is a way to give value to the conclusions. A last thing I wish to say is that as far as tax benefit policies are concerned, I am not so sure about the hypothesis that a full take-up rate comes up. Well, over the COVID period, we have had some examples of a take-up rate which all exceed 100%, because self-employed workers have made a comeback who had not contributed for years and years. But in general, any measure takes up between 50 and 80%. So at least I would look again at these percentages. And then I would add that because this model is so full of, is so rich, I don't think it's so difficult to correlate the take-up rate with the educational level or the household dimension. The territorial dimension, we heard, is still something to be explored, because to a certain extent, this is also showing the granularity of predictions in light of the information that is available. Thank you for your attention. This is all for me. Thank you very much. I think it's a good idea to condensate, to give our answers at the end. And I would like now to give the floor to Michele Raitano. Thank you again, Octavio, and thank you for organizing all this. I am really grateful because this is so interesting. I will try to briefly illustrate 5 aspects, which I'm not going to speak about the advantages or issues with this type of models. Also, Michele before me spoke about them, but I wanted to look at some sensitivity scenario and policy scenarios that we can imagine developing at the end of the project based on some limitations or issues that are related to the Italian welfare system, particularly the pension scheme, also in connection with some long-term dynamics. The first aspect I wanted to touch on was also mentioned by Riccardo Conti during his presentation, but in general, continuing to reason on the assumption that people retire as soon as they reach the retirement age or they meet the requirements, in my opinion, and I want to be honest with you, is just wrong, and it's biased also in terms of the policy implications we'll want to look at. We don't know what people are going to be doing with the contribution-based system. We can partially start seeing that because as of 2012, a part of the pension is based on contributions. So, and this, of course, is something that is growing. This is really hidden information. If I were the labor minister, I would make a huge survey to try and understand what people want to do. Because if we continue to carry out reforms, thinking that we've got huge cash, if we look at retirement age by including disincentives, we run the risk of making a mistake, because we see that with the quota, with the 100 quota, expectations were much higher than the reality. But we do that also with Opzione Donna, where the number of women who take up this option are very few. No doubt the upper voluntary system can already explain a lot, in the sense that very few people took advantage of this. So we have to evaluate things on the long term. I know that you have been reflecting on this, but perhaps this should be a base, well, the baseline should be different. This is very important for labor market dynamics. There is no one-to-one replacement between pensioners and workers, but this is something that could have an impact. And also in terms of distribution dynamics and amounts that fall in the replacement rates that Daniele was referring to, of course, depends on the fact that we are at equal occupational life. We are making people retire as soon as they reach certain requirements. Also, seniority decreases from the slide you showed us. And this is something that is relevant, and we should reason about it. So my suggestion, my advice, policy advice, is to think carefully, considering all these elements, also based on the limited data that we have concerning those who opted for the various options, also the 100 quota. The policy options, well, I've often said that based on what I just said, we continue to talk on when to have people retire and leave this quota 100 quota system, when with lower incomes people postpone retirement. They don't want to go to retire early when they see that their pensions are too low. Of course, based on this, we could decide not to make pension or retirement age so flexible. So this is another policy scenario that we could also simulate. A second aspect, which is a problem in our pension system, is that for years we thought we based our assumptions on the contribution-based model, as the right model, which does not mean social justice, however, for all the reasons that we looked at. And the first aspect was already mentioned by Ricardo and by many of the previous speakers. And there is differential mortality, which is not included in the model, but this is a suggestion I'm making. It should be important to introduce it, even with some brutal hypothesis. If you cannot make estimates. But with Daniele, a few days ago, we participated in a very interesting seminar in Turin that shows us the huge difference in terms of life expectancy, leaving, health aside, but still it's very impactful. This is the case of life expectancy on the various values, etc. So also in this connection, sensitivity scenario with differentiated life expectancies is something that we could consider, also assuming that all those who have a higher number of years or certain type of education live a number of years less than other people. So this is a hypothesis, a brutal one though. And then there should be a policy scenario with some differentiated retirement requirements, and this in connection with the previous point. A second dimension, policy dimension related to actuarial fairness is shown by the data that we have at our disposal. Some analysis had also carried out during the intermediate report. IMSS data are quite shocking. Before this presentation, I looked at some data, the LSI data, that show us people who started with the new system in 1996 for 20 years. 50% of these people, not public, state or self-employed, but 50% of these people over a 20-year period have accumulated less than they would have accumulated if they had always worked by earning 12,000 euros for real every year. So this, of course, opens up very important policy scenarios. In this picture, another important element for simulations is this huge growth of part-time work, which is gray, but for pension purposes, retirement purposes, it makes no difference because contributions in the contribution-based system are paid according to the scheme. And this is something that the private scheme cannot really help us because these people will not be able to help to accumulate contributions with a private pension. So this is something that also came up in a recent interministerial meeting. We can call it, we can refer to a basic pension in a different scenario. I don't know, whatever, but we have to think of something and structure it. The new government will go on in this direction. A policy scenario I've been suggesting, again, to imagine a neutral model from the standpoint of the public finances, is imagining a funding system internal to the system. I pay 33%, you calculate my pension on 31%, but 2% goes to a fund in which I agree to pay my money. That will, give me an additional option. This is an additional element that we can simulate. Another sensitivity scenario linked to limitations is that all these limitations can be exacerbated if we look at all the things that we have been speaking about in October 2019, where we could still meet because it was pre-COVID, the first meeting of this project, when we were speaking about the long-term scenarios or technological progress. And I can add to this also the recovery that is going to come post-COVID, which is not going to be neutral. So from the macro perspective, there could be great impacts on the employment market, etc. But what is important is also an increase in inequalities in the labor market that I was referring to, as far as contracts are concerned, part-time work, salaries. And so in this case too, there are sensitivity scenarios that should imagine different dynamics. They are important for this.
As regards private pensions, well, we continue to have some, let's say, bias, especially in 1995 when private pension had been included, to supplement public ones. But in consideration of the reforms in 2010, well, actually, as a university professor, if I, for instance, decided to join a private fund, whatever option I considered, then the replacement rate would be exceeding 100% with a public pension already. So with a private pension, it would be much higher. And therefore, from this point of view, the role of the private pension changes. And personally, I'm not a supporter of this approach, but we can easily imagine, let's say, scenarios in terms of opting out. And also, there's another important item I'd like to consider. That is to say, in a model that, for instance, deals with distribution, anything that relates to variance as well as average, and we should consider an issue relating to system-related consistency, because living such system entails a number of transition costs, but in a model that simulates up to 2070, and we have a number of trends for the earnings relating to the private pension, well, we should consider alternative options, and we don't do that because all of the literature tells us that there are risks of different type that have to be compared, and therefore having a little bit more of information is relevant. And yesterday I was talking about that with Ricardo. So something we should do, and I remember the private pension should be considered because the gap in terms of participation is somewhat premature, especially when they are supplementary ones, and therefore we have tax inducement, especially in pensions, and therefore we have sensitivity options relating to the distribution as well as the rates, that is to say, those that are involved in these options, and as I said in my contribution, and also policy-related scenarios where the opting out, in order to understand those that would get advantage out of the situation, having considered that private pensions are somehow remarkable. And then something like what was said by Carlo, but the struggle here is quite relevant because, of course, we are considered that the replacement rate in a system comes out of a system which has an insurance goal. So in this case, the replacement depends on a set of options, and as Carlo said, from this viewpoint, this is also a suggestion for the policy, that is to say, to try and rely in the lowest possible way to the replacement rate, because this entails a distortion and considers, for instance, indicators that are other than, for instance, the social allowance. And finally, if I consider the tax benefit, well, this is something that I support. And of course, as it was said by Daniele 5 minutes ago, I'd like to refer to some results that Giovanni Carlo identified. And we carried out a number of joint activities as well. So as to the citizenship income, either because the information is not careful or because we have some gaps when it comes to the underground economy, but the gap is 70%. It actually increased during the COVID crisis. But from this viewpoint, actually, it is necessary to take into account the fact that personally, I am always most scared about the idea of estimating complex requirements or such as the citizenship income or other ones in the very long term on the dynamic model. But of course, in this case, I rely on your knowledge. So thank you for this stimuli that you provided us with. Thank you so much, Michele. And so there are 10 items. You said 5, actually, but I counted 10. Yeah, actually, item 2 had a number of sub-items. That is the truth. Okay, next. So I give the floor to Maria Teresa Montedura. Thank you so much also for inviting me to participate in this workshop because the model and the presentations were definitely interesting and also full of food for thought. So I'll try and make some short considerations, in particular relating to the suggestions that I got from the presentations, and also with possible, let's say, uses from the institutional standpoint, and then from the references to the possible scenarios, and also to link this new and important tool to other ones that we are generally using. However, before that, I'd like to congratulate those that participated in this project. And I think we of course need to consider also the portion of migrants that have an impact on the pension system. And also, it seems to me very interesting how actually this information was used. Especially when it comes to the self-employed workers, and also the various situations relating to the real estate, and also, for instance, the cadastral rent and the data used to estimate the portion of, for instance, family and household wealth. So also, very interesting was the fact that, as we said, there were several items that were included in terms of tax benefit, and also, for instance, the family allowance, which is going to be introduced as soon as, for instance, this is going to be included. And of course, this is also linked to the deductions, and it will entail some changes also from the point of view of for instance, tools linked to children. And it's also very interesting and quite impressive to see the effort made to integrate and supplement databases in order to use matching procedures. And of course, it is not possible to adopt the statistical information we have. So it seems to me that the model is today much more innovative than in the past. And also, this is one of the features that I need to stress, is the because this is a new aspect also relating to takes into account the heterogeneity of the approach, and also this new version of TDIM, it avails itself of let's say macro-founded data. So for sure, in identifying let's say that in the future and also, as Michele said, also well, this might provide a lot of information, and I'm thinking about, for instance, how to better structure the social mobility phenomena. And also, for instance, Daniele Checchi was underlining this fact, and also that they, for instance, can be considered as stationary versus the ones of 10 years ago. And also, if we consider the taxpayers' data, Well, a number of analyses were carried out that try and trace back, I wouldn't say the career, but rather the evolution, the social evolution of taxpayers, and they are identified according to their surnames. Hence, Mr. Rossi, the famous, let's say, Mr. Rossi, has developed in the last decades. And of course, the archives may provide additional information, also in consideration of the social mobility phenomena. So, of course, this is an important aspect, and it characterizes and makes the model attractive from the theoretical standpoint. And also, the bottom-up approach can be still more emphasized in terms of flexibility, as well as improvement, and then a degree of heterogeneity, and also possibility to, for instance, implement the regulations in force on a sample that represents the population, or a sample that is representing the population, but better weighted in terms of heterogeneity and the segments of the population. So, if we move on to our policy simulation approaches, which are, in my opinion, possible so far, well, from my point of view, a possible scope, which is particularly interesting, is the one that refers to the inequality indicators also in the long term as to the tax benefit. And I share actually with the previous panelists the concern of using a microsimulation model within the medium to long term, especially and also from the tax standpoint, because in the moment in which, for instance, we have no, for instance, behavioral reactions, well, it seems to me quite difficult to make, let's say, tax-related simulations in the very long term, mainly because taxation is something that changes the behaviors of the population. So first and foremost, we should define a model in terms of behavioral reactions through behavioral modules. But of course, the distribution effects of, for instance, specific payment models are relevant also when it comes to the long term. And of course, they can represent a main trait, especially if we, for instance, move from an approach in which within the economic policy debate and relating to, for instance, the long-term sustainability of pensions, the central aspect was always represented by, for instance, the macroeconomic compatibility of pensions and social spending, and whose dynamic, of course, in the future will be impacted by the aging of populations. Well, at the same time, there's a model that relates to a main goal, that is to say, the evaluation of the suitability of public policies, as well as considering that suitability can be considered in terms of assessment of the distribution effects. And also, a suggestion, well, that comes to my mind, comes from the indicators that we are developing together with the Treasury in order to assess the development of the sustainable, just to consider the sustainable goals. And I'm thinking about income inequality indicator because, of course, following the pandemic, this is one of those areas that are difficult to evaluate. And the main reason for that is that the shock affected in a heterogeneous way the various categories of subjects by affecting, of course, self-employed workers. And what we saw is the main difficulty to update the income structure and not to reiterate policies that may either improve, for instance, the inequality situations, but the incomes are not the same as the pre-COVID period. So this is important because the TDM model tries to develop the segment of the population, and then it is possible to continue to develop and consider the heterogeneity of the segments of the population according to the evolution of income. So this is going to be particularly useful to simulate a number of, let's say, scenarios for the distribution profiles of the tax benefit system. And in this case as well, in the next few years, the department will be at your disposal in order to draft and fine-tune simulation and sensitivity approaches, as well as the, let's say, longitudinal panels of taxpayers, useful in order to focus on the characteristics of some specific cohorts of the life cycle of a given portion of the population. So a cohort that needs to be followed is the one of the self-employed people. And in fact, we had some data relating to the self-employed people, and it seems to me that this is particularly interesting, also in consideration of the professional career of these people, with a view to considering the pension system. So, and of course, the other taxpayers may opt for a simplified taxation at 15% up to 65,000 euros. So these aspects can be further be supportive for the model and be used in order to develop for those subjects their pension careers. The other aspect that comes to my mind, and which concerns the aspects related to, as it was mentioned in a specific panel, relating to the financial wealth, which now represents an important element, which is which needs to be focused, as it was said this morning. In fact, the only source available at the micro level is the survey made by the Bank of Italy, which is affected by the end reporting problems. But in this connection, in the next few years, it is possible for us to provide some contributions in terms of analysis by allowing this information to be used, especially when it comes to the financial reports. And also, they don't need to be matched with other surveys or sources of information, at least on the basis of the tax code. It's not excluded that some ad hoc processing can be made, and that this processing can be done in order to better weight the wealth of some segments of the population. So this activity is certainly appreciated. It has to be continued, and on our side there's full availability, both at the level of in-depth analysis on some scenarios that may have to simulate and better perform the heterogeneity of participants, and at the same time to have a number of scenarios and policies with data that is also administrative data, I mean, useful to make simulations increasingly strong from and by decision makers. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to Marco. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. And I'm particularly grateful because I actually followed your works, and I followed the entire, let's say, activity. And I know well how huge the efforts are, and I was impressed by the results obtained, So all of these evolutions and progresses can definitely be shared also in consideration of other scenarios that are increasingly important when it comes to the use of specific policies. But before going ahead, I have some slides, and I don't know whether I can share them with you. Can you see the slides? Yes, we do. So, I understand that we are dealing with a situation of microsimulation, so we need to consider specific indicators, but maybe it is the case of setting the framework. The Italian pension system, which is now based on the shift from one system to another, well, this allows to sterilize some portion of the demographics. I heard many people saying that the aging of population is something that is already, let's say, part of our activity. And in the future, the dependency rate of the elderly is going to be higher and higher. Despite of all that, the Italian pension system has a benefit ratio that remains among the highest ones, in this case, the highest one in absolute terms. So these are the latest results of the AG report, and I got the permission to share this information with you. So the benefit ratio is among the highest ones, and this is due to a mix, that is to say, the percentage to the contribution-related pension, and also the transformation coefficient. Well, this allows to have benefit ratio and replacement ratios, as you can see here, that are on average high. So these are the results that we include, and they're based on a self-based model. So from a different view, they are validated. So what actually I have not clearly understood is why the analysis on the Italian pension system is not relating to, is just stopped at 2050. Because 2050, as to the demographics, is a year of transition, basically. Maybe it would be more useful to exploit, let's say, the entire set of data up to 2070, just to see what are the results in terms of adequacy of the Italian pension system. And once the contribution is at full blast, it's possible to further evolve it. So another important thing that I wanted to share with you concerns the fact that there's a link between the, for instance, the transformation coefficients Well, this allows to stabilize the transformation coefficient over the time, and this is a useful characteristic. So if we think about the recommendations by the European Commission, which represent the basis to access the recovery funds, well, I wouldn't go beyond this type of adjustments in the reform of the Italian pension system. And these analyses are the same ones as those carried out by the OECD. So on average, it is necessary to work for several years and to participate in the labor market for a longer period of time and try and stabilize the period spent at work in the activity that we carry out within the General Accounting Department. We carry out some activities. I'm not sharing this information with you. But here we find some results that, on average, are very good in terms of forecasts. And in consideration of my experience, how do I see the team? So one of the things that definitely needs to be extended is the labor market, also according to what I said before. That is to say, we have 3 to 4 years of huge opportunities from the point of view of the reform of the labor market under the recovery plan. So a tool, of course, like TDIM and the SILK is very much useful to improve our awareness on how we can introduce a reform in the labor market or in the Italian pension system. I'd like to linger on one fact in particular. That is to say, I found some results that deserve some clarifications. For instance, in a slide, there was a relevant drop in the self-employed people, but then this was not reflected in the transitions. If you see the transitions of self-employed, then the component 1 or 2 years later remains stable, around 0.9. So this is something this is important in order to consider the thoroughness of the presentation. As regards I see TDIM as a model that can provide satellite information, and then it may be considered as a way for testing the efficacy of a number of policies, but with an ex post approach. As regards the scenarios that should be simulated, well, one, in my opinion, concerns the impact of insurance. So we are in a situation of pandemic and we have a growth which is and when we move out of the block to dismissals, there will be a number of unemployment subsidies, and we need to see how the additional contributions so this scenario has to be analyzed. And I very much appreciated the part relating to tax benefits and all of the other policies and social policies. And I wonder, what are the measures adopted and also the latest decree and the very last thing I wanted to say is that we've talked a lot about validation of the model by using the dynamic. And I don't think this is an easy strategy. And of course, this is not an easy strategy. But with the passing of time, the validation risks to require more time. And of course, in terms of pension reforms, we had at least one per year. So the team would undergo, or does it work under the team would undergo a huge stress. I think I've covered all of the items. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, these are my messages. That is to say, to focus on the labor market and to leave the pension system aside. And this is also told to us by the European Commission. And also, that was it. Thank you. Okay, so we can move on to the next speaker, which is Ottavio Ricchi. Oh no, then we also can give the floor to our colleague. Can you hear me? Okay, so good evening. Ambroggio Rinaldi. Good evening. No, we cannot hear you. Let's try and speak without the video. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, I had the feeling that there was something wrong with my camera on. Okay, so I go back to some of the things I was saying. There's this issue relating to supplementary social security in our pension system. And in fact, Michele was mentioning the very last reforms, so the Fornero reform and the previous one, 2010, 2011, with the life expectancy being adjusted. Well, they had sort of increased the expected replacement rate and also the role of supplementary pension schemes. However, I believe, and I agree with this statement, that this cognitive misunderstanding, that is to say that it is designed in order to represent something for all, which many people consider, and then this does not happen in reality. Well, unfortunately, when it was decided to define supplementary pension schemes as additional to the compulsory one, also from the point of view of contributions, 33% of the contributions to compulsory social security is the highest rate at the world level. And so, thinking that anyone may reasonably and rationally add 10% to this amount when it comes to social security, well, this leads to a level of transfer of consumption which is totally irrational, and in most of cases it is irrational. So I believe that with 25 or 30% in terms of participation in supplementary social security, we should be more than happy. So it seems to me that this is already an extraordinary result, and probably from the policy standpoint, it is not clear that, well, this is desirable from the point of view of public policy, being it a goal or an objective on which we may invest. So essentially, the system, the supplementary system is now something strong. And in fact, we have a lot of data that we gather and which confirm this. And of course, the workers with the highest income and which have a stable condition, men, somewhat old, from the central to northern Italy. So it is clear that the supplementary social security is an approach that becomes useful and becomes affordable in case of the protected, let's say, groups of workers. Having said that, well, this has an important implication, from my viewpoint, as to the importance of supplementary social security in your model. Because if your model is aimed at considering the adequacy of pensions or of the welfare, generally speaking, and also might be considering the low, let's say, brackets of the population. As to the low groups, the supplementary pension systems cannot be of any help because it's not affordable for them. And of course, this is our first element. We certainly need to reason and also on how it is worth to invest on this and in this sector. So in such a situation and against this background, whilst on the one side I agree with what was said by Michele Retano before, I would say two things. One is that we need to make, for instance, an opting out. So 33% should be, well, a portion of such amount should be taken from the compulsory to the supplementary social security in order to have a diversified portfolio in terms of social security benefits. And then with the growth perspectives of the Italian economy, for merely demographic reasons, are not so extraordinary, but maybe for young people, this is somewhat exceeded based on your model, in order to have a role that is different from the one that it presently has, and which shall not be somewhat exceeded from the adequacy standpoint. And if we, of course, forget the rules on contributions and the role of social security contributions, if we include a number of modules relating to the variability of income, well, this is a useless investment. Because, as I said, it would entail a variability component that it's not the one you have to work upon. They are not the ones that entail adequate or less adequate pensions. We're talking about people that already have adequate pensions. So I believe that investing in that area with all of the related problems and also from the computational standpoint, well, this is a non-promising investment. And something I like to do this confirms the fact that the role of complementary social security can be marginal, but the only thing here, and the one that entails a particular message, is the one that showed that over the time, supplementary social security, or the consideration for complementary social security, increases in quality, because the Gini index, instead of decreasing faster, and instead it is somehow slowed down by the supplementary social security. And therefore, it's important to consider this with a little bit more of attention, because I believe it depends on the fact that for these people, which I'm describing as sound people, the fact of participating in supplementary social security is the result of a shift of saving from financial forms into social security forms, and not as an additional saving. So I believe that if in those charts you also included the income from financial activities and not just from the complementary and supplementary social security, then, of course, the inequality that seems to come from those areas, well, it will be substantially cancelled, because then you have a rather negative message when it comes to the role of complementary and supplementary social security, that from this point of view, I see it probably as too much. So the result obtained so far on the participation of supplementary social security as a tax expenditure, that is to say, the quantity of resources, and also the taxation and revenue from taxation that you put aside with the supplementary pension schemes. Well, it is possible to think about use of the tax expenditure on a supplementary social security different from the one that we are using nowadays. For instance, the 5,000 or so euros in terms of threshold can be used only by people that, for instance, and as we said, you can afford. If you earn 30,000 euros per month, what do? Are you really adding 5,000 euros to that? That looks like an amount that is devoted to those that have quite a high, let's say, income. So there's no regressive approach here. In some countries, we have the matching contributions. So if you support and contribute to the supplementary social security, the state gives you the same percentage in your pension accounts and your pension fund, and this creates a sort of belonging that you feel. But as a matter of fact, it can be given and placed at your disposal in a fairer way. And to the brackets of population that have adequacy problems. That is all for me. And I apologize for being too long, although I was the last speaker, which is always a problem per se. And I thank you so much. You were great. And I would now just speak to Irene. And maybe are we taking a few minutes for feedback? Well, apart from those that have other commitments, we do have actually some time, 5 minutes, for some questions. And I hope we still have Professor Keke, whom I thank. And a few things he said were actually mentioned again. So this is a problem we cannot. We are aware that this type of module is not so suitable when it comes to providing endogenous responses and answers. And this is done by scenarios. So with micro scenarios, you imagine to use some types of responses. And we considered the possibility to introduce some aspects of this type in the labor market, but actually they are not among our priorities, although these are important things as well. There's then an issue relating to intergenerational mobility, or aspects that have to do with, for instance, the level of education, because the level of education depends on one's parents. And this is deterministic. So a possible correction is that of adopting a non-deterministic rule, but rather to have a variability. So if, for instance, people say something, then it is also possible to introduce a variability, and this variability item which would represent the endowment of the individual, well, then this might simulate these aspects, where exception made for the fact that this mobility would change and may change over the time. So how to capture this aspect, and if an interaction exists with some covariance that we might use, for instance, the role of a covariate varies in time. But this is an aspect that we somehow might talk about. Then the full take-up rate, we are aware of it. It is possible to do something, let's say, like aligning, which is the easiest thing to do. And we know that in 85% of cases this happened, and this is going to be done in the future as well. Or, as Maria Teresa suggested, we can do a better job, and we may see, for instance, when it comes to administrative data, we need to check information on individuals, or if the take-up rate is a function of characteristics of the individual. I have to say that I would tend to answer less to the speakers from the Ministry of the Economy and Finance, and in any case, many of the things said were somehow considered. An aspect that was mentioned on several occasions is COVID. And these questions or jeopardizes our model, because on the one side, our starting point might be wrong, because we are starting from 2017 and we adopt a given behavior, but then we actually find ourselves in 2021 with, for instance, self-employed workers that are different from the ones that we projected. And it's not just a matter of level, but rather our transitions, we need to check whether they're still valid. And unfortunately, we don't know that. So we might do some alignments at a macroeconomic level, and until microdata is not available, it is difficult to check the behavioral aspect and approach of transitions. Another thing that we noted, as Marco said, is the fact of not considering pensions. Obviously, this is not our main focus, but our model, as he knows, well, because he knows it well, highlights, for instance, spending pressures. And the benefit ratio if our rate is better than other countries, well, this doesn't mean that in some scenarios, especially after the COVID situation, well, maybe we may have a sustainable pension spending, although the pressure and the gap in terms of redistribution and the level of social security provisions, well, maybe they're becoming even more unsuitable than they presently are. So it is important to have new scenarios, therefore. I wish to thank Ambrogio. The things you were saying are definitely important when you need to further validate the model. You were talking about the fact that the supplementary social security seems to worsen the Gini index. What you say is correct, but in terms of validation, we need to see what this depends upon. And of course, we're going to keep in touch. And we're going to further assess those aspects and what is the role of the third pillar. And you suggested, for instance, to make some interesting simulations. And I guess this is aimed at fine-tuning the Gini index, but we don't know whether the role is fundamental or not. Of course, the model somehow allows to add or remove some tax benefits and see which one, well, to what extent each one of them contributes to the Gini index. I don't know whether someone else wants to take the floor very quickly. In any case, I'd like to thank once again all of you. And I believe that the expectations were very high in terms of contributions to be given today. And I believe that expectations were even exceeded. I don't know whether, Riccardo, you want to add something? I heard Marco Cacciotti, he was mentioning the possibility to extend from 2050 to 2070, that's correct. And we're happy to see the availability of Maria Teresa and the finance for the future, because I'm sure that that is going to be an area where we're going to push further. And as to the rest, I'm not going to steal any additional time. We have a lot of food for thought already. Irene, you have the floor for your closing remarks. Thank you. Well, this day has been definitely interesting and full of comments and information and suggestions, which I'm sure will provide huge support to the continuation of our analysis and will lead to the drafting of a next report on the basis of what was done so far, and then also a fourth report, policy report, that will be presented during the very last conference that will take place next December. So at this point, thank you. Thank you so much, and see you. Hopefully I'm going to see you next December 2021. And I hope to see you in person and to meet you in person. And that this negative period is over, and that we can, of course, organize a final conference worth of this name at the Ministry of Finance, of course, which will host us on that occasion as well. So thank you, and enjoy your evening, and see you soon. Bye. Thank you. Bye.